Wait, really? That was interesting timing. What's up, guys? Oh, it's not on this scene. I should definitely add that to the other scenes, huh? Give me one sec. Good enough. Oh, that's the wrong scene. Alright, guys. Let's try this again. Welcome to the chat. If you are interested, we have a Factor 75 sponsorship through Stream Elements running. You can click in the link in the banner. You click the banner, which the image links. I'm really tired. I had no good sleep this week. I was doing family shit, and then I was traveling. I had 2 hours of sleep and then spent a day packing. I brought more things up here from Pittsburgh, but I still haven't found the switch. But let me finish the promotion first. So we have a Stream Elements Factor 75 promotion. It's like basically adult TV dinners. I admittedly have not tried them myself yet, but if you guys buy them and I make enough money to try them, I'll do a YouTube review of them and see what goes on. I really want to try them. I was going back and forth between HelloFresh and Factor 75. They had both options, and I went with Factor 75 because generally these days, even though I used to be a line cook, I don't really cook, and it's mostly because I don't have time. All I do is sit here and beat my head against this fucking computer to figure out how to get things operating the way I like them right now. So normally what I do is like eat hot dogs. That's like pretty much my entirety. The closest I come to cooking anything is when I buy a pre-made, not frozen pizza from Aldi's and put that in the oven for 17 minutes. So, as much as I would like to do HelloFresh eventually, I just don't have the time to do all the prep work and stuff at the moment. So, considering that I'm personally more likely to buy the Factor 75 and would love to do a review of that stuff, I chose the Factor 75 sponsorship. You can click the banner below the stream, you can type in !factor to get the link to pop up, and I will do my best to remember to include the link on the video when I upload it to YouTube. Although we'll see how long that takes. I finally got video software figured out. I decided to move on from DaVinci Resolve because it was just too much trouble. It wasn't working. Now I have Kden Live, which starts up infinitely faster than whatchamacallit, DaVinci Resolve. I haven't used it yet because I installed it and then streamed after Easter, and I was so tired that I didn't video it, that I went to bed. And then I woke up and I can't video edit before the stream because it takes up so many PC resources that I just have to not stream while I wait for that to happen. And since my streams go for like 10 hours, it takes like 3 to 5 hours to render them sometimes. So then I just went live when I woke up the next day, and then I had to travel back to Pittsburgh to get the stuff. So I got like literally 2 hours of sleep, if that. And then I spent all day in the car and then packing stuff up and then coming back in the car. And I literally crashed the moment I got home. I tried to do things, but I just couldn't. I was like falling asleep in the PC chair. I was like, nah, fuck this. So we're here now doing the stream again because I can't do the edit in the morning. Otherwise, I have to wait to stream. But tonight, we're going to edit some of the old videos and start processing them and get caught up, hopefully. Maybe I take a day off and just edit videos to get caught up. We'll see. But the important thing is my soup is getting cold. I really need to get the Steam Deck working again. Stream Deck working again. So I can just switch scenes. I have leftover Easter soup, which is kielbasa, ham, rye bread, and hard-boiled eggs in a ham broth. It's absolutely delicious. I'm probably going to eat 2 bowls of this because normally 1 bowl isn't enough to fill me up, and I don't really eat more than once a day. I've been having like it kind of as my breakfast, but I'm mostly out of hot dogs, if not entirely out of hot dogs. So I'm trying to use this up before it goes bad. I also have eggs I need to make. And so I'm going to force myself not to go to the grocery store for at least the next couple days. Actually, can I even go right now? Let me see. Yeah, I can get some things, but I'm still going to force myself not to go to the grocery store for the next few days just to eat up the leftovers I have. And I'm going to maybe... See, the thing is I want to make an omelet, but I don't really have all the things I need to make an omelet. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. Let's watch the videos. It's because of traveling and stuff. I haven't seen either of the most recent Phillip DeFranco. So we're gonna do 2 soups and 2 Phillip DeFranco videos, and then we'll get into some gaming. And I'll tell you that once we get there. I have a plan. I always have a plan. Things don't always go to plan, but I always have a plan.
Welcome back to the Phillip
DeFranco
Show.
Like that coming out of the wrong... Was that buggy audio too? I might need to restart my PC. I was planning on restarting the PC before...
You daily dive
okay, it's
into
fine
the eye,
right now.
DeFranco, and there is
I was planning on restarting the PC
need to talk about today.
before I started the stream, but I forgot. So if we have a stream or PC crash, that's my fault. everything's my fault. Just blame me for everything bad that happens in your life. It's my fault.
Starting with this. The fight over Donald Trump's immigration actions are only intensifying, with the Supreme Court and the administration now barreling towards what might become a full-blown constitutional crisis. Right, and so for you to fully understand where we are and where we're going, you have to first go back to Saturday when the Supreme Court issued an emergency order at like 1 o'clock in the morning to block the administration from deporting even more Venezuelans accused of being part of Tren de Aragua. Because you have the Trump administration using the controversial 1798 Alien Enemies Act to deport people that it claims are part of the gang. And notably, this act has only ever been used like 3 other times to go after people, and each time it's been a black stain on America's history. And this is normally a gang wouldn't be targeted under the act since it's meant to remove people working with enemy governments, which is why to justify its use, the Trump administration has accused them of being an operation by Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro.
So I have a question. If it's always been a black stain on American history, why haven't we repealed the act yet? Dude, none of these fucking senators do their jobs.
You know, with that, like we've talked about earlier this month, the administration began flying alleged gang members to El Salvador, with it obvious from the get-go that there's going to be a ton of litigation around this. And in fact, the Supreme Court stepped up in early April to essentially say, what the fuck are you doing? You need to give people that you want to deport enough time to challenge their deportations before removing them from the US. However, there were growing signs that the Trump administration was going to violate that ruling, or at least the spirit of it. Because this past Thursday, immigration officials started issuing notices to Venezuelans being held in a Texas detention center that read, I am a law enforcement officer authorized to apprehend, restrain, and remove alien enemies. Accordingly, under the Alien Enemies Act, you have been determined to be an alien enemy subject to apprehension, restraint, and removal from the United States. With critics then accusing the administration of violating the Supreme Court's order because A, the letter was only in English and many of the recipients don't speak English, and B, it was given out late Thursday night, meaning that they'd have just a few hours to get a hold of a lawyer and fight the case by Friday morning or risk getting deported over the weekend. And so what we saw was the ACLU springing into action and challenging the government's action. While the reporting, I'll say, is a bit hazy here, it does seem like they initially tried to go to the district court before turning to the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals and then the Supreme Court for help. With then, at around 1 o'clock in the morning on Saturday, the Supreme Court stepping in with that extremely short order that essentially blocked the government from deporting these Venezuelans. And this,
I can't believe I actually agree with the ACLU on something.
The ACLU's request, claiming that they needed to wait for the district court to make a decision before intervening outside of crazy circumstances. With them saying that they didn't feel this was a crazy circumstance, claiming the district court's order today indicates that petitioners gave the court only 42 minutes to act and did not give respondents an opportunity to respond. And this reasoning was actually echoed later in the evening after Justices Samuel Alito and Clarence Thomas released their dissent, with their argument pretty much being that this was an unprecedented move by the Supreme Court and was hastily and prematurely granted. And quote, in sum, literally in the middle of the night, the court issued unprecedented and legally questionable relief without giving the lower courts a chance to rule, without hearing from the opposing party within 8 hours of receiving the application, with dubious factual support for its order, and without providing any explanation for its order. Of course, as we talked about earlier, the court told the Trump administration it needed to give people ample time to challenge their deportations, and many feel that Alito's dissent, it ignores the reality that the government's actions arguably skirted that order, as well as the fact that the government is willing to move people very quickly. Not to mention that allegedly there were already Venezuelans on buses, presumably to be sent to airports when the ACLU made its motions. Also,
all this shit gives me a headache. I just want to stick my head in the sand and pretend that America isn't already starting to burn itself down.
So I will say it's not like Alito was completely wrong in calling this unprecedented, with just one of the examples being this administrative stay was made by the entire court when normally they're done by a single justice who oversees that district court. In this case, the Fifth is Alito's territory. And considering he dissented, it's very likely that no stay would have been issued if it was his choice. I'll also say it's extremely unusual for the Supreme Court to issue its ruling before a dissent has been written, right? Normally they're released at the same time, but also considering that there were fears that people were going to get deported within hours, the court might have felt that they had to move super fast. But then notably, with all that, there is a growing narrative online among Trump supporters that the court is now overstepping its boundaries and should be ignored, with some even saying things like, so if the Supreme Court can overrule the executive branch, does that mean the executive branch can overrule Supreme Court decisions since they are both co-equal branches?
I knew that was going to happen. That's why I started clutching my head. So, we have a serious constitutional crisis. I did a whole video on this before, like a fucking 3-hour stream where I ranted about the constitutional crisis and how Trump's administration is not following the Constitution and violating the rights given to people within the Constitution. So I'm not going to go into that again. But what I am going to say in regards to this specific detail is by potentially violating the Constitution themselves, that could be argued either way. I don't have enough information to determine whether or not they did, and I'm too exhausted from family and Easter and traveling to really have the energy to look into it right now. We'll see. If it gets worse, we'll look into it next stream or next week if America still exists next week. So, really, they're shooting themselves in the foot because by fighting fire with fire in this situation, they're just giving Trump ammunition. So there was a big misplay.
And you've got conservative radio host Jesse Kelly arguing, ignore the Supreme Court, arrest anyone who tries to enforce this, dissolve the Supreme Court entirely if they push. You can deport foreigners or you don't have a country anymore. There are no good choices now. And this is just one of the potential constitutional crises going on. Right? I mean, another is the fight over due process, which...
Anyone who says there are no good choices is lying to you. They just don't want you to understand the good choice.
Underpins almost all of this, which the TLDR is that, people in America are afforded due process, which gives them a chance to fight their charges. Right, due process, kind of important. Otherwise, the government says, hey, you're this thing, and that's it. You're that thing. And in this case, without those hearings, the government doesn't have to prove anything about the people that they're rounding up. They could just wave a magic wand and claim that someone's a Salvadoran MS-13 gang member, and therefore they need to be deported, such as in Kilmar Abrego Garcia's case. Just today, you had a federal judge in Colorado ruling that the Trump administration must give a 21-day notice to any Venezuelan migrants detained in the state before it can deport them, with the administration then also being required to tell those migrants in a language they understand that they have a right to challenge their deportation. So with that, one of the things that we're seeing is that many Trump supporters are increasingly saying they don't think allegedly undocumented people should get that kind of due process. With, for example, last week,
everyone deserves due process.
Of the administration's actions, writing, ask the people weeping over the lack of due process what precisely they propose for dealing with Biden's millions and millions of illegals. And with reasonable resources and administrative judge constraints, does their solution allow us to deport at least a few million people per year? So with that,
maybe if you wanted more resources, you should stop cutting the government, the branches of government that are supposed to deal with this shit. You are creating a problem and then blaming the problem you created on someone else. This is all total bullshit. Allow due process to happen. If you weren't fighting due process, you wouldn't be in this goddamn situation. Holy fuck. I despise this guy so much. One of the first things I said about him is that he is the Wesley Crusher of the White House. He even looks like Will Wheaton.
You've had many people.
If you're a Star Wars,
essentially, there's
Star Wars. If you're a Star Trek geek, you know what I mean.
Process fairly, so let's just skip the Constitution. And I mean, the fact that you have people calling for skipping due process, it set off alarm bells in people who otherwise support Trump, like Joe Rogan, for example, who's in this now viral clip saying,
What about due process? No, for that. Well, here's the problem with that. What if you are an enemy of
exactly
let's say, any current president? Let's pretend we got a new president, totally new guy in 2028. And this is a common practice now of just rounding up gang members with no due process and shipping them to El Salvador. You're a gang member. No, I'm not. Prove it. What? I got to go to court. No, no due process.
Right, and then with all that, of course, we have to talk about updates around Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Because, while he is just one man, he represents a much, much larger situation. The latest update on his situation is that his surroundings are slightly better, at least according to court filings that the government made, because they're required to update the court every few days about Kilmar's situation, and he's now allegedly being held at a lower security prison where he gets his own bed and furniture. Although with that, he was reportedly
that's nice of them.
Confinement for weeks, which could mean no furnishings at all. With that swap apparently being done done before Senator Chris Van Hollen visited him last week. Which, speaking of visits, 4 Democratic lawmakers just landed this week in El Salvador to try and get Abrego Garcia out, with Representative Robert Garcia saying, while Donald Trump continues to defy the Supreme Court, Kilmar Abrego Garcia is being held illegally in El Salvador after being wrongfully deported. And adding, this is why we're here, to remind the American people that kidnapping immigrants and deporting them without due process is not how we do things in America. And while you have the State Department saying that Abrego Garcia is in good conditions and in an excellent state of health, these Democrats are demanding daily proof of life. And this is the Salvadoran government rejected their attempts to see him, arguing that they're not in the country in an official capacity. But then finally, with all this, we started talking about Venezuelans being held in El Salvador, and it looks like there might actually be an update on that. Because in a post on X directed to the Venezuelan president, Bukele offered an exchange. 252 Venezuelans who were deported from the US and are being held in El Salvador for the same number of, quote, political prisoners being held in Venezuela. With Bukele listing off the names of journalists, activists, and the family members of high-level opposition figures in Venezuela, as well as accusing the government in Venezuela of detaining nearly 50 citizens of other nationalities, including Americans, and adding, the only reason they are imprisoned is for having opposed you in your electoral fraud. But then, in response, the prosecutor's office in Venezuela responded.
Wait. This is a lot to unpack. Let me.
Finally, with all this, we started talking about Venezuelans being held in El Salvador, and it looks like there might actually be an update on that. Because in a post on X directed to the Venezuelan president, Bukele offered an exchange. 252 Venezuelans who were deported from the US and are being held in El Salvador for the same number of, quote, political prisoners being held in Venezuela. With Bukele listing off the names of journalists, activists, and the family members of high-level opposition figures in Venezuela, as well as accusing the government in Venezuela of detaining nearly 50 citizens of other nationalities, including Americans, and adding, the only reason they are imprisoned is for having opposed you in your electoral fraud. But then, in response, the prosecutor's office in Venezuela responding by calling Bukele a neo-fascist and saying that his comments were, quote, cynical, with them then demanding information about the people that the Salvadoran government has detained, including their legal status and medical reports. In their statement, it came in hot, saying the treatment received by Venezuelans in the United States and El Salvador constitutes a serious violation of international human rights law and constitutes a crime against humanity. And with all this, there's still a lot of uncertainty around the specifics of Bukele's proposed swap, with a big question being, are the political prisoners going to be free upon getting to El Salvador? And so ultimately, there's a lot that we're gonna have to keep our eyes on several different fronts, but if there is just one place I can end is, how the fuck are we debating about if due process should exist? That's genuinely fucking insane. The people that are rooting for this are either not thinking about it or they love autocratic, fascist, dictator bullshit, but they don't like those words. And I find myself agreeing with Senator Chris Van Hollen when he says he is not vouching for Abrego Garcia. He's not vouching for the man. He is vouching for his constitutional rights to due process in America. If we live in a world where the government can just say you are this thing or you're guilty of this thing and you do not get a chance at due process, that's beyond fuck. And
it's the worst case scenario.
Over and over again. It starts with someone that the general citizenry could go, oh, well, those are other people, distant people. This could never happen to me and my friends and my family. I mean, we're so different. But Joe Rogan is right in this avenue. One day, the people that you want in power may not be in power. Or what if you just end up being on the wrong side of the people currently in power because shit changes? Maybe that Bulls jersey you wear, and it's not because you think MJ is the GOAT, it's because you're a member of MS-13. Maybe that fucked up joke you said, it wasn't a joke, it was a serious thing. And actually, it was a threat. Who's to say, really? Not you, because fuck due process. And as is often the case, if you don't stand up for the rights of those that you aren't aligned with or you actively disagree with, you don't actually stand for anything except.
It wouldn't be a Bulls jersey, it would be an Ant-Man costume. Or an Ant-Man shirt, because you have an Ant-Man comic, you're a member of MS-13. Because MS-13, it's Mara Salvatrucha, which stands for Little Ants. I learned a lot about them in college, because when I was studying political science there, I had to take at least one international politics course, and I took Latin American politics. And it was all about basically how America created all the drug cartels.
Except power and control.
Very interesting class.
More news you need to know in just a moment. But first, I've got to share how today's sponsor, Rove Lab, will change your life. And yeah, that sounds dramatic, but also hear me out. Their M1 sofa solved everything that we hated about buying furniture. The sofa arrives completely ready to use, no tools, no confusing instructions, no extra hands needed, straight out the box, good to go. And in just a couple of days, the sofa will be fully firm. And whether you're in a tiny apartment, a walk, flex today. But then next,
I don't care.
Shifting gears to a different kind of news, something needs to be done about skinny time. talk. Right? Those
Skinny
are
talk
words that many people all over the world are saying right now, and if you're unfamiliar, it's pretty much
was I not
sounds
supposed to
like.
say
It's a
that?
hashtag that's existed on TikTok for a while now, but it has really taken off over the past couple of months, and it's a trend where you have people posting strict rules and advice about weight loss. Now with that, when you search for Skinny Talk on the app, it actually gives you a message saying you are more than your weight and that help is out there if you have questions or concerns about body image. Then once you scroll to the videos under the tag, you're met with mantras like,
what you eat in private will always show in public.
Eat only when
True.
you want to stay in your body past the taste on your lips.
If you want
True.
to be small, you eat small. If you want to be big, you eat big.
Why do you eat like a linebacker
Depends.
and expect to look like a ballerina?
you'll then also see people
Good
posting
point.
body checks, what I eat in a day videos, content like that, with the hashtag having 56,000 posts. But really, I mean, Skinny Talk creators, they don't always use the hashtag, and there are many, many more related videos. And notably, a lot of these creators, they have massive followings. But also, as you'd expect, a lot of people find Skinny Talk to be at the very least concerning. Right? Arguing
Why is that?
most disordered eating and a generally unhealthy obsession with thinness. And
None
actually,
of those
the reason that we're talking about this today is
examples
it's caught the
did.
attention of France's minister.
So I am going to say it's absolutely impossible that's a thing. But none of those examples they posted promoted unhealthy eating disorders or anything like that. That was just all facts. I could argue potentially the one that if you eat big, you'll be big is a little misleading. It's kind of like a gross oversimplification because like people are kind of dumb, and like just because something is large on your plate doesn't mean it has a large amount of calories or macros or anything like that. It's nutrition is complicated, okay?
For digital media, who just reported this hashtag to the French regulator Arcom and to the European Union, where they're saying in a statement,
Oh my God.
that, quote, these videos promoting extreme thinness are revolting and absolutely unacceptable. And adding, digital tools are marvelous in terms of progress and freedom, but badly used, they can shatter lives. The social networks cannot escape their responsibility. And actually, according to Politico, Arcom
I
is now
didn't
working
see
with the European Commission to investigate, given the public health risk the trend may.
So again, we're going off the videos we saw here. I've never heard of Skinny Talk before this moment, but I wouldn't say any of those were extreme thinness. They looked like generally healthy women. It's hard to tell, like, in those quick clips, because I was more listening to what they were saying than looking at their bodies. But it's one of those things where none of them look dangerously skinny to me. So saying that promoting this extreme thinness is a public health risk, that sounds like a lie.
Pose. Right? And this is going down as the commission's already opened a probe into how TikTok's algorithm affects minors. Now, as far as what TikTok has said, they say they've deleted posts and have rules against body shaming, dangerous behavior linked to weight loss. And
I think body
age
shaming
restrictions
is
for content
bad.
idealizing
That's something
certain
different,
body types.
though.
But there, you have many things that the platform just hasn't done enough. We're seeing, for example, a nurse in France starting.
Hold on. Let's stop. Promoting good physical health and good diet is not the same as body shaming. They're two different things. Body shaming is negatively talking specifically about someone's body or certain body types for no valid reason. Like if you're a doctor or a nutrition or you have a lot of experience, like, yes, you can talk about the dangers of obesity, and that's not body shaming. That's just informative. I find it ironic that most of the body shaming I see these days is actually fat people shaming skinny people for being skinny. I'm not saying it doesn't go both ways, but I see more fat people shaming skinny people or calling something body shaming that's not body shaming when it's just an outcome of them being fat. That I hear body shaming and I think of the opposite, you know? Like, go eat a sandwich type things. How many times have you seen that comment on an Instagram post? It's insane.
A petition calling on TikTok to remove Skinny Talk content, and that effort getting over 25,000 signatures. And this is the effects of Skinny Talk aren't just being
And 23,000 of them were fat. I'm kidding, chat.
felt in France or in Europe. We even had Rolling Stone just doing a piece noting that overall weight loss content online has gotten mean again. We're saying that people are shifting away from body positivity, and it's prompted more people to come across shaming tactics on their FYPs instead. With them then pointing to one creator with 900,000 followers.
Show me the shaming tactics.
You're hungry at night? Chew on your pillow. What about running? Run to the kitchen, eat less food. With the outlet adding, they're actively seeking out people who will be direct and mean.
I asked that he delivered.
Part of the draw for Skinny Talk is that creators often publicly say out loud the thoughts people usually think to themselves. Right in there, you had Dr. Aaron.
I have mixed feelings about it. Honestly, I thought those were funny. I didn't really... There's like a difference. It's okay to have a little bit of... We should all have a little bit of shame, right? Because if you don't have a little bit of shame, then you have no litmus test for when you're doing good or bad things, right? If you don't feel... It's different when someone forces you to feel guilty or shameful for something that isn't guilty or shameful. But if you're like so fat, you struggle to get in or out of a car, and that's your own fault, and you should probably feel a little bit of shame for that, right? Now, does that mean people should go and absolutely say nasty things about you and try to ruin your life because you're fat? No. Should they bully you? Absolutely not. But at the same time, as someone who's been bullied a lot in my life, especially when I was younger, there's like two kinds of bullying. The kind that you did nothing to deserve, and the kind that you absolutely deserve. I have no sympathy for people who get bullied who deserve it. For example, Frogan. Am I going to go out and bully her, join on the people brigading in her chat to get mad at her because she is who she is and says what she says? No. But at the same time, I'm just gonna look at it and be, well, it sucks to be you. Maybe you shouldn't have said those things and people wouldn't be holding you accountable for them. But at the same time, if someone is just bullying someone for no good reason, you bet your ass I'll be the first person to stand up for them. It's just absolutely unacceptable. Accountability goes both ways, right? And sometimes it's just the thing that people are calling for accountability but don't ever hold themselves accountable, right? And sometimes that accountability presents itself in a slightly distasteful manner, but what goes around comes around. If you're going to send that type of negative... If you're going to go around skinny shaming people or fat shaming people, don't be surprised when that comes back to you. See, the golden rule is a double-edged sword, right? Jesus said, do unto others as you wish to be done to yourself. Treat other people the way that you wish to be treated. Well, if you treat other people negatively, then the universe will see that as meaning that you wish to be treated negatively. It's that simple. Alright, I've got to do things in the Star Wars role-playing game. We have arrived on the surface of my planetoid. My recycling and factory facilities both stopped working for a little bit, primarily because my faction got a new faction module which allowed it to operate both of them, and I used to have to switch between my faction and basically our sub-faction to activate this stuff, and then when I switched the commander over to my main faction, it canceled the next one. Not the one in progress, but the next one. So we gotta go to the command room and restart the queues. This is the recycling plant, I think. We entered the recycling plant, right? No, what? I wasn't even paying attention. I entered the I entered the wrong building. I entered the training room. We have troops training in here. This is not the recycling plant. It looks kind of similar. Like, now we can't enter the other planets because we can't enter the other whatchamacallem facilities because they're not adjacent. But what we can do is we can board our ship, and I'll show you why this works when we're leaving. And then once we board our ship, we can enter all these things. See, that's the one we entered. That's the one we were trying to enter. They look kind of similar, at least in those smaller thumbnails, and my eyes suck, and I wasn't really paying attention to what I was clicking on. All right, so now we're going to go to the command room. And building management and recycling. And we have all these wrecks here. Most of them are from killing bandits in the asteroid field that I live in, or actually a lot of them are from the first asteroid field that I built. But a lot of these are also from PvP, not necessarily ships I destroyed in PvP, although some of them definitely are, but other ones are ships, a lot of them, the PvP ones, are just ships that got destroyed in the system that is right near me. That's a PvP system that other people destroyed, and then they left, and I was like, well, don't mind if I do, you know? And I helped myself to the wrecks. There's still more wrecks in there apparently, but there is a very aggressive pirate faction there right now. So we're kind of giving them a little bit of a wide berth, occasionally harassing them a little bit, but they're out in full force. So I'm not trying to feed them any easy kills. To be fair, they've only ever destroyed 2 of my ships, and they were just small throwaway fighters. I destroyed 2 of their ships in the same attack. So that was a straight up trade. And I have destroyed billions of credits. The ships that I lost, in total, I've maybe had 10 million credits worth of damages from them, because they did badly damage one of my ships, but it was fully repaired pretty quickly. So I think it was this one of my 2 Furies. This guy was like less than 10% hull. He was like 1 or 2 attacks away from popping for good, and that was a decently expensive repair bill. So I think I've lost 10 million credits worth of damages from them, including like the 2 fighters that I lost. I have destroyed billions worth of value of their ship. It's amazing, because one of the big things is they have these stolen rebel fighters, and restricted like A-wings and B-wings are highly restricted technology in the Star Wars Combine universe. They go for like 300 million a pop, and I've destroyed at least 5 of them on top of other smaller ships. Have I destroyed 5? I think I've destroyed 5. I also assisted allies with scooping a whole bunch and recovering from for the Republic, for the Rebel Alliance, but I'm not going to claim those as part of my account. So I haven't quite hit 2 billion yet, I guess, but we're probably over 1 billion worth in damage we've dealt to them, and only taken 10 million in losses, so that feels pretty good. We also need to restart the cam. We're building a medical speeder here. It carries a medic group, and it will allow me to heal and deploy my troops. this guy right here. It got paused. 18 days. That's not too bad. Alright. So I think... Are we done? Oh no. The other thing I need to do is... I'm a bounty hunter. That's one of my 2 professions. Well, 3 professions, I guess. Bounty hunter is the thing I do that brings in the most credits. Although it's something I do in short bursts. I collect a fair bit of bounty pucks. And then once I have a bunch of them... I go on a long bounty hunting trip, track down as many of the targets as I can using this guy. So basically, right here, I will wait until I have a section like this. So I have no burden today. That's awesome, Rose. I'm so glad to hear that. That is huge. I'm really happy. I hope you continue to smooth sailing. I was gonna say I hope you're having a great day, but if you don't have a burden, then that probably comes with the territory, right? I actually have good news. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Share it with chat if you feel up to it. There's no requirement to do so, of course. I'm gonna finish my thought real quick. So what I do is I do my bounty hunting and I wait till I get a section that has a bunch of pucks in one area, and then I'll go on a bounty hunting trip and go do that. So we're going to that's not the right tab. We're going to move over to our tavern. We have our own personal tavern here. And we're going to pool pucks. You can pool pucks once per week. They're kind of random. It's partially dependent on your bounty hunter level. I'm a master rank bounty hunter. And then it's also dependent on your diplomacy skill. I have a diplomacy skill of 3 out of 5. So I get a decent number of high level pucks. I just got a job at a gas station. That's awesome. Congratulations on your job, Rose. It's my first big girl job because you have to be 18. Yeah, that's so cool. Are you looking forward to? I'm sure you're looking forward to it. One thing I will say at working at a gas station is don't let the customers get to you, right? Working customer service. The worst part about working customer service is the customers, right? And I can say that as someone who's worked a fair bit of customer service in my life in various different industries. So it's important to remember that sometimes it might not even be a mean person that you're dealing with. Maybe they're just having a bad day and you happen to be the random stranger that has to deal with their bullshit, because people are often more likely to take out their bad day. Well, I guess it depends on the personality. Certain types of people are more likely to take out their bad day on a random stranger than they are their friends or family. So, especially the person whose job is to literally take their money away from them. That always paints a little bit of a target on your back, right? Especially in this economy where everything's getting more expensive because of cost of living and tariffs and all that. But the one thing I'll say is don't ever let those negative customer interactions take a toll on you. It's okay to get upset, and hopefully if you have a good boss, they'll look out for you, give you a moment. But I'm glad you have that opportunity. I believe customer service jobs build character. Everyone should either need to do 2 years in the military, 4 years in the civil service, like fire, police, paramedics, or 6 years in customer service to build character. Customer service sucks at times. I've done McDonald's, yeah. Ooh, McDonald's is a bad one too. McDonald's is like the Walmart of fast food places. You get all the weirdos in there, especially late at night, you know? All right, we'll talk a little bit more about that once we arrive. We got 3 minutes till we arrive at the Bounty Tavern. Let's get a little more of the video going. It's the coworkers that get under my skin. Yeah, me too. That's why I do content creation now. You know, every job I've ever had was rough, to say the least. People suck. And it was all like childish or evil bullshit. Like I'm a pretty what's the word? I do my best to just go with the flow. But there are some people that are insistent on doing everything they can to jam up the flow. And those are the people that I really, really have trouble with. People that are just insanely negative or pedantic for no reason. Or people that are like highly incompetent yet somehow still your boss. You're like, how the fuck did you fail upwards so hard? I can't deal with that type of stuff. From my experience so far with 2 times at McDonald's for 3 months each time. Yeah, well, so here's one of the things too. The job also attracts the quality of the workers somewhat. And in a way, McDonald's is kind of the bottom of the barrel. You know, anyone can get a job at McDonald's. So you're going to have every type of person there. As you develop work experience and get a larger resume and maybe even get some feathers in your cap that allow you to work at better places, get better positions, if you make the right choices, you'll find yourself working at better companies that have better quality employees, right? It's kind of like that in everything. The cream always rises to the top. So, working at McDonald's, you were kind of working with the dregs of society a little bit. So the employees can make that much more difficult. Whereas if you were to work at a high-end restaurant, there's a greater likelihood that you're going to have high-end coworkers. That's damn right. Oh, yeah. I mean, everything I say is right. Haven't you learned that by now? I'm kidding, of course. All right, let's go. Let's go get some bounties right here. Where that's our personal tavern. You can visit taverns all over the galaxy. Like, this is all the taverns from all the factions in the galaxy. If we go and filter by network, I am an exchange bounty hunter. We have the best tavern network in the galaxy. We might not have the most number of taverns, but a lot of the places that have more taverns than us, they have like 30 taverns on one world, which is no good because then you still got to travel to that one world to turn in your bounties. The only areas where we don't really have taverns are right in there for some reason, and I have guesses as to why. I can look at that in a second. And then right down there, and that's kind of the ass end of the galaxy. Let's go ahead and get rid of that filter. Let's see what this is. That's one of ours. Right in here. Like, no one has taverns in here, I guess. Jawas. Okay. So, yeah. This is what I was thinking. Interesting about that. I didn't know that. The reason why there aren't many open taverns in this area is because these are Galactic Empire owned systems, and they're generally not very friendly. The only people that have open things in there are Blue Star Dominion in the Empire regions, which is quite interesting because they're supposed to be rebel aligned. I fully agree. Anyone can get a job. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's McDonald's, sometimes Walmart, although I think they raise their standards a little bit. Like any other fast food places, they just need people. Especially turnover rates already pretty high in regular restaurants and kitchens, but in fast food places it's even worse because it's really rough there sometimes. I think you'll find the gas station job is going to be, except during, you're going to have different rush times. It's going to be, depending on what time you're working, slightly earlier. And you kind of got like, you'll have more rush times too, right? There's like the early birds and then the people that go to work at a normal time. And then you'll have probably a lunch rush time too. Then you'll have the people, the early birds leaving work, and then you'll have the normal people leaving work. And then depending on how late the gas station's open, you'll have the degenerates that come in for whatever they need to do their degenerate night things. So I'll be doing second shift. Okay, nice. It's 24-hour one. Oh, you'll get all kinds of degenerates then, because it doesn't matter what time of the day. Just people knowing it's a 24-hour one, that's going to be like some crackhead's favorite gas station. You're going to know all the crackheads by name after like 2 months working there. All right, let's go board this rant before I say something to get me canceled. We used to, when I went to school in Wilkes-Barre, I worked for the school when I was up there, so I didn't really have to deal with the crackheads, but you would encounter them while partying, and they had nicknames and stuff. There was the Leaner, I think one was called the Unicorn Man or something too. Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. We can still board the tavern though, we're right next to it. So this is my own personal tavern. This doesn't show up on the tavern networks, but if friends ask, I'll let them use it. I can give them, my planetoid is shielded, so you can't get down through the planetary shield unless I give you access. But I give friends and allies access when they need it. I don't have any bounties to turn in because I've been fighting pirates and bandits for the past 2 weeks. But let's see what we can get. We got we got Daunting, which is the most difficult. Standard, which is level 3 of 5, but as a master bounty hunter, that's the easiest one we can get. And then Challenging, which is 4 of 5. We want as many of these Dauntings as possible because those are the ones that have the biggest payout. Also, they're 2 kills, which means we just shoot them and it's done, and 1 rescue. I kind of prefer kill bounties because they're easier, but rescue bounties have 1.5 times the payout. So that is nice, getting that extra money. Let's go ahead and pick up all these jobs. Now, while we're here, there's also another NPC here we can talk to here. It's the guild shopkeeper. The guild shopkeeper has a special shop that has rare offerings that only bounty hunters can get. And as you rank up in bounty hunter level, you can spend a combination of credits and bounty hunter rep to pull these different offerings. And it refreshes each week just like your bounties. So let's see if we have anything good this week. It's kind of random. Sometimes it's just absolute shit. Yeah, it's nothing I really want. It's not absolute shit. So if I weren't trying to save any penny, I'd buy all of these. This thing you can always buy. You can always buy the carbonite freezing unit. I'll eventually get one just to like put in my museum. Probably I have a museum where I store my collectibles, but I'm gonna have a whole bounty hunting room set up. It'll go in there. I don't want to spend 10 million credits on it right now, nor the 40 reputation. Generally, I would buy all of these. The Bacta I would use to heal my troops, and these things would probably end up going on the market, but that's a fair bit of turnover time, and I'm just trying to stockpile credits right now so I can repay my faction some money that they lent me. So before we forget, you can only scan for bounties on a 2-hour cooldown. So we're going to take our bounty fob right here. We're going to put one of the pucks in it. And let me catch up with chat real quick. I could start tomorrow or as late as Wednesday. Depends on how fast the drug test takes. I failed the one at the gas station. I had to do one from a place where you take them because of my meds. That sucks. Yeah, I don't trust those drug tests ever because it's nice that they let you retake it though, especially considering it wasn't even your fault. But there's a lot of inconsistency with a lot of that stuff. I just don't trust any invasion of privacy, to be honest. I'm a very private person. So we have begun construction of our thing. I probably shouldn't be showing all that. That's alright. 2 items. We already have the one in our thing. Let's go. So this is what the information looks like when you actually load it in. And we are going to copy paste this into Forge, which lets us track our targets. This one expires in 14 days. Am I going to be able to make it there? I don't know. See, I've been fighting pirates in my home system for like 2 weeks now. Maybe I need to take a break and go run and do some bounties. I need to go down south to bring ships up anyways for reinforcement. We haven't scanned this one for some reason. We have no idea where that one is. Is it Dara maybe or Sirocco? I'll have to look at that. If there's no scans of it, it probably means I know it's in a PvP place, and I just haven't wasted the time scanning it because of the scan lockout. Jarvis, he's all the way over there, but I think we still have some time for Jarvis. 1 month. Yeah, we've got 1 month for him. But this 14 days one, little concerning. We might have to do something about that soon. We only got 2 weeks to complete that contract. But let's go ahead and scan one of the new ones in. We can only do one right now because of the cooldown. So it's loaded. Let's go ahead and do a location scan. And down southeast. Alright, so that is the daunting puck. So to help us keep track and also remember that we have scanned this one but not the others. I can't type. My mic is too far away. We're going to. I was like stretching out. We're going to adjust the name so it says the location, and we're going to give it the D for daunting, you sick fucks. Put that in our backpack. Load these into our backpack as well, and then we will scan those. I hit the wrong thing. We're going to stow these into our backpack. You can use the word load, but I clicked load entity because technically the game says stowing them into the backpack. We loaded them into the backpack, that way we're not going to forget them here. If we bought any equipment or items from the guild shop, we'd have to move that to our ship, but we didn't do that. So we're going to go ahead and board the ship. Ooh, do I want to bring those fighters? I don't know if I have space for them. I didn't plan ahead for that. I don't think I can fit all of... No, we don't want to bring the fighters up because once we get back to the surface, we are going to start more bandit capture unless something else happens. Now, conveniently, it takes 2 hours to ascend to the surface of the planet. It also takes 2 hours on the cooldown for the bounty fob to be able to scan again. So we're gonna go click on one of my stations in the space layer above. This is my asteroid field. Now, I love this ship, but there is one major downside with it, and that's that it's 500 meters long, which means every hour it's going to take a lot of damage as long as it's inside one of these purple squares. Now, it's not taking damage right now because we're on the surface of the planetoid, we're not on the space layer, so we're not actually in the asteroid field. If you notice, it's empty space versus an asteroid field. We landed on the surface of the planet, we're inside the shields of the planetoid, so we're protected from... You don't need shields, but basically when you're on the planetoid, you're not going to take asteroid field damage. So what we're going to do is we're going to auto set to that space just outside the asteroid field. So even if I fall asleep, it's going to autopilot itself outside of the asteroid field, and it's not going to take any significant damage. Depending on what time it arrives in space, it might take a little bit of asteroid field damage, but it's not going to be a lot. Now, the last thing before we switch back to our regularly scheduled content is the XP grind. I have creatures and a droid that I constantly attack to gain XP. I am going to use Force Drain Life on it to gain XP for both combat and Force XP. Also heal myself a little bit. That's why we have the creature, because we can't drain life on the droid. And then we are going to not repair the droid because I forgot to re-equip the toolkit. I need the toolkit. Someone said you can use it from your backpack. I don't know if that's true. Maybe just the med kit. But anyways, we're going to use the healing on the creature that we just damaged to, one, prevent it from getting too low, but it's got 1000 HP. It's going to be fine. But also, we're after those XP drops. And yeah, then we got a 30-minute cooldown before we got to do anything else with that. I explained why, so yeah, that's why. Oh, I'm sure. It's kind of crazy that... What's up, Snow Ninja? How you doing? Good to see you today. How's life treating you? I'm just geeking out over my Star Wars stuff that I play it constantly in the background because it happens in very long cooldowns. Like right now, I can show you some of the timers. So it's taken us 2 hours to get from the surface of the asteroid that I live on to the actual asteroid field itself. 1 hour is going to get us to the atmosphere level, which is like halfway up. And then the second hour is going to get us up to the space layer. And it takes a while to hyperspace between star systems. But the big thing I want to show you right now is not in this area. So, vehicle and ship production and recycling. We're building one vehicle, and it's going to take 18 days here, right? It's going to take 5 hours to recycle the current item that the recycling plant's recycling, but it's got like 32 things queued up. Then if we go look at our stations, we've got 47 days to complete the starfighters that it's building. So that's why I'm always playing this game, because it kind of just happens in the background. This is like the precursor to those mobile games where you gotta like log in once a day to build your castle or whatever. You know what I'm talking about? All right, let's finish listening to this, and then I'll make
the chief clinical
the second soup for the second video. I'm trying to get caught up on the news, because while I was away for the holiday and traveling and stuff, I didn't watch the Phil DeFranco videos. So there's 2 of them.
officer of the virtual treatment center, Equip, explaining, this is harmful for everyone, whether you have an eating disorder or not. It is taking the depressive, self-critical...
Oh yeah, we're talking about skinny talk. Have you heard about skinny talk? It's a TikTok trend where, from what I can tell so far, people just give generally good advice on how to be healthy, and then people are getting mad that skinny people are letting people know how to stay healthy.
thoughts that exist in all of our heads, and it's amplifying them. And adding, I'm worried about the long-term harm to our brains as we're laying down these pathways. How I look is my worth, and what I eat makes me good or bad, and reinforcing them again and again. And while obviously a lot of these creators believe
that's
their content
a gross oversimplification.
is not toxic and dangerous, you had one author telling Rolling Stone that skinny talk is really just a mask-off approach towards diet culture that removes the wellness-coded language that creators promoting disordered eating often hide behind, with some even comparing it to the eras of pro-anorexia Tumblr or ED Twitter. And so with all that, I'd really love to know your thoughts on this trend, on leaders in France taking action against it, and if you've also noticed these weight loss narratives changing on your own feeds as well. But then next,
I don't see any weight loss narratives on my own feeds. Maybe I'm just isolated from that stuff. But as far as the videos they showed as examples, there was nothing wrong with any of them. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm sure you can find bad examples, but you can find bad examples of literally everything. So I'm curious to know if it's actually this anorexia epidemic they're talking about, or if it's just fit people that are getting harassed by fat people for being fit. Because like I said, I wasn't really watching too closely. I was more listening to what they were saying in those TikToks. But as far as I could tell, none of those girls appeared to be anorexic or anything like that. They were just fit. I'm sure there are people that are taking it absolutely too far, but the fact that we've reached a situation in this society where you get more shame for being skinny than you do for being fat is kind of ridiculous.
next up from that today, we got to talk about Harvard now suing...
To be fair, being too skinny can be just as unhealthy for you as being fat, so it is dangerous. Just to be 100% clear.
Threats to withhold funding from the university. Because as we talked about last week, the Trump administration froze $2.2 billion in federal funds to the university after it refused to comply with a list of demands outlined in a letter that it sent on April 11th from a new panel called the Task Force to Combat Anti-Semitism. And among other things, the demands outlined in this letter included instructing the school to shutter all DEI programs, change its admissions, hiring, and governance practices, and take a number of steps to crack down on pro-Palestine viewpoints as part of what they claim are efforts to combat anti-Semitism.
As I said last time we talked about this, I kind of has mixed feelings about this whole thing. So we'll just see what the developments are and see if they change my feelings at all.
Since then, the administration has also threatened the university's tax-exempt status and ability to enroll foreign students. They're now also being reported that officials are planning to cut another $1 billion specifically for health research. But now you have the school fighting back in court and setting up a massive clash between the nation's most prestigious university and the Trump administration. And in the lawsuit, which is filed against numerous departments and their leaders, Harvard specifically accuses the administration of violating its First Amendment rights, federal administrative procedures, and other regulations for actions of this nature, alleging that the government has been trying to, quote, use the withholding of federal funding as leverage to gain control of academic decision-making at Harvard, with the complaint then going on to claim that the administration's actions threaten Harvard's academic independence and are part of a broader effort by the government to punish Harvard for protecting its constitutional rights.
I disagree. So, while I don't know how I feel about Trump manhandling Harvard like this, that's just a stupid claim. If someone is giving you money and you're spending that money in ways they don't approve of, they have the right to say they're going to stop giving you money. This is not... So, first of all, let's go break these claims down one by one.
Massive clash between the nation's most prestigious university and the Trump administration. And in the lawsuit, which is filed against numerous departments and their leaders, Harvard specifically accuses the administration of violating its First Amendment rights.
Okay, so first of all, this is Harvard. It's supposed to be one of the best, if not the best law school in the entire country. How are these lawyers so fucking dumb? And the answer is they're not. They're just smart enough to realize that the law doesn't really matter. What matters is what you can get for yourself. And here's the thing. Withholding federal funds is theoretically the government's right to free speech. And that's might be complicated to explain, but basically there are Supreme Court decisions that say spending money is part of your right to free speech, right? So if you choose to donate to a political campaign, that's your free speech. That's you acting on your free speech. You decided to give money to that person. So therefore, the act of also deciding not to give money to someone is your own free speech. So technically, the government deciding to withhold money is an act of the government's speech. Now, this claim is absolute bullshit. I'm going to read it out specifically and then process it. The Ivy League University is accusing the Trump administration of violating its First Amendment rights, federal administrative procedures, and regulations for taking actions against institutions. Now, the other two might be true. I don't know the federal administrative procedures or the regulations for taking actions against institutions, but it's definitely not a violation of its First Amendment rights, because nowhere in the First Amendment does it say you are entitled to someone else's money. It says you're entitled to speak your mind. It also, nowhere in the First Amendment does it say you're entitled to speak your mind without any consequences. It just says you're entitled to speak your mind. That means that if you have backlash for saying something fucking stupid, that's your own damn fault. You have the right to say something stupid, but if you say something stupid and there are consequences of it, the right to free speech is not the right to avoid consequences from free speech. There's a difference between violating First Amendment rights and getting what you deserve. All right, on to the second claim.
states, federal administrative procedures, and other regulations for actions of this nature, alleging that the government has been trying to, quote, use the withholding of federal funding as leverage to gain control of academic decision-making at Harvard. With a complaint then...
That's quite possible, but here's the thing that kills that, which is, interestingly enough, their own argument.
Going on to claim that the administration's actions threaten Harvard's academic independence and are part of a broader effort by the government to punish Harvard for protecting its constitutional rights. And
if you are that dependent on the government's money to be able to do what you do, then you're not academically independent. Do people not know what the word independent means? Needing that money is a dependence. That's the opposite of independence. If you really want to be academically independent, then Trump is doing you a favor by not giving you money anymore, because then you'll be independent of the government's influence. How fucking stupid are these people? I hate that I have to defend Trump, because I don't like the guy at all. But the people attacking him are fucking idiots.
And very notably here, the suit also argues that the Trump administration has failed to establish any connection between the funding freeze and fighting anti-Semitism, with them noting that Harvard has been making structural reforms to combat it on campus, but instead of engaging the school in those efforts, the administration is trying to freeze funding that has nothing at all to do with anti-Semitism, and adding, the government has not and cannot identify any rational connection between anti-Semitism concerns and the medical, scientific, technological, and other research it has frozen. And that is something that we've...
That just seems like a nothing burger to me, because I don't know if the government needs to do that, really, right? If you're like, let's just use an analogy, right? Say you've got a friend and this friend helped you out once in your life, so you're like getting them back and you're helping pay a portion of their rent, right? And they're absolutely 100% using that for the rent. The rent's getting paid every month just like they promised to do. But they get back on drugs and they're really fucking up their life. And you're like, I'm sorry, I just can't support you anymore. And their defense is, well, I'm not using the money for drugs. It's like, yes, but I'm still, by giving you this crutch, helping you to maintain that drug lifestyle. So you have the right to withdraw that money just because you don't want to support that drug lifestyle. So it doesn't have to be directly related to them buying drugs with the money, or in this case, it doesn't really matter what they're using the money for. As my opinion, because I don't know about the legal federal regulations or that stuff, I said specifically, but my opinion is that if you don't like the way someone or an organization is behaving, you absolutely have the right to say, you know what, I'm just going to stop giving you money of all kinds anymore.
We've also seen echoed by Harvard President Alan Garber, who said in a statement announcing the lawsuit yesterday, as a Jew and as an American, I know very well that there are valid concerns about rising anti-Semitism, with him then going on to reiterate that the school...
I just instantly hate anyone when they start... Not hate, that's a strong word. I get instantly infuriated by anyone, because I don't hate anyone. That's my weakness. But I get instantly infuriated by anyone that starts off any sentence as a blank. I'm just like, oh my God. Oh my God, this person has no self-awareness. This person has an ego the size of the Empire State Building. As a streamer, I need you guys to listen to me. Jesus Christ, man. It's just, it hurts my soul when I hear someone say, as a blank. Like, that gives them a specific right. Like, whatever they have to say is more important than what you have to say. Their thoughts are more important than your thoughts because they're the fill in the blank and you're not. Yo, fuck you.
School has been taking tangible action on that front, and then adding, before taking punitive action, the law requires that the federal government engage with us about the ways we are fighting and will continue to fight anti-Semitism. But they're claiming that instead,
might be
the
a viable
government's
claim.
demands seek to control whom we hire and what we teach. With Garber then also accusing the administration of trying to impose unprecedented and improper control over Harvard and arguing that the consequences of the government's overreach will be severe and long-lasting. With him also specifically outlining research that will be jeopardized by these freezes, including efforts to help children survive cancer, understand how.
No one cares. Don't get me wrong, people do care, but again, they go back to the nothing burger. It doesn't matter. Yeah, like obviously, yeah, he's shutting off the research money. So the research that you're doing is going to be put in jeopardy. Obviously. Thank you, Captain Obvious. Like, why don't...
how cancer spreads, predict the spread of outbreaks, and reduce the risk of disease, adding, the victims will be future patients.
If you're that concerned about missing out on this money, then maybe you should listen. If money is your God, then kneel to it.
Patients and their loved ones who will suffer the heartbreak of illnesses that might have been prevented or treated more effectively. And then further claiming that the funding freeze undermines the nation's ability to save American lives, foster American success, and maintain America's position as a global leader in innovation. But as far as, what happens from here, Harvard is now asking a judge to declare the administration's freeze as unconstitutional and order it to reverse any frozen or terminated funding. And you have legal experts saying that they have a solid case, especially regarding allegations that the Trump administration violated laws governing administrative procedure and regulation.
See, that's the part I said. The rest of it was all bullshit. But that's the one line that I was like, well, they might have something there.
They've made it clear that they will not go down without a fight. The single White House spokesperson,
I'm sure they won't. They won't. They need that money. They're addicted to it. It's like a drug to them.
Paid bureaucrats with tax dollars from struggling American families is
the irony of grossly overpaid Ivy League shitheads calling people grossly overpaid bureaucrats. What the fuck? Oh, never mind. It was grossly overpaid government officials calling Ivy League shitheads grossly overpaid bureaucrats. They're both the same, really. Everyone in this conversation is grossly overpaid for doing a grossly inadequate job.
Is coming to an end. Taxpayer funds are a privilege, and Harvard fails to meet the basic conditions required to access that privilege. And then I've got even more news for you in just a moment. But first, have you ever wondered why shaving, it always comes with irritation? Because one time or another, we've all accepted a fair share of razors, but nothing.
Maybe just
razors be on replace head to head of 100 blades.
Gets better, bro.
That's enough for 2 years of shaving. I mean, SHAVING.com/DeFranco, or just scan the QR code on screen and use code DeFranco. But then,
to be fair, that's probably just my skin, right? My skin doesn't really dry out very much. I've got slightly oily skin. In fact, when I was younger, I needed to get a special shampoo to prevent dandruff because my skin was kind of oily. It's not like oily. It's just moist. I don't know. It's not bad. It's well moisturized. I've got very healthy skin. Let's just put it that way. So I feel like instead of buying some like weird expensive razor, if you're having that much trouble with irritation, maybe just like get a bottle of aftershave or use some beard oil or get shaving cream with aloe in it or something like that. Before you spend a lot of money on an expensive razor, or you can just buy the razor and support Phil. If you want to give this, I'm going to forget at the end of the video because I always forget, but go give this video a like, by the way. Support him. Subscribe if you're not subscribed. And if you want either of the things he advertised, the pop-up couch or this special shaving razor that is like probably just as effective as a normal shaving razor, but money goes to Phil if you buy it. Go ahead and buy those things, obviously. You can go find them. I'm not saying don't get them. I'm just saying I'm skeptical as to, like, do you really need this?
And next up today from that, we got to talk about why the stock market is all over the place, the dollar is down, and gold is at an all-time high. And then more than that, what two men have to do with it all: President Donald Trump and Chair of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell. And so, long story short, Trump's tariffs, they triggered a Wall Street sell-off and stoked fears of an economic recession. And so to help offset impacts of the stock market, Trump wants Powell to lower interest rates. But the Fed is supposed to be insulated from politics, and for good reason. With then, connected to that, Trump's escalating attacks on
The Fed has
Powell that
never been
actually just
insulated
adding
from
to the market
politics.
turmoil. But with that said, where things get very interesting is with a slightly longer version, because I'll start by pointing out the fact that Trump himself actually nominated Powell back in 2017. With that, then followed by Trump talking about firing
Anyone who thinks the Fed is insulated from politics, I've got a tropical beach island to sell you in Alaska. Hit me up.
the man at least once every subsequent year of his presidency. Except, technically, those 20 days in January before Joe Biden took over in 2021. I think he was a little busy with other stuff, we'll say. Something happened in January of 2021. I think it was like a tour, unscheduled tour, I think is what it was. But
yeah, an unscheduled tour of the Capitol.
Appointed Powell to another 4-year term in 2022, and then, you know, he didn't constantly threaten to fire him. But then, of course, the Democrats lost, Trump won, he returned to the White House, and he got right back to it. And in fact, you had the Wall Street Journal reporting last week that he had been privately discussing getting rid of Powell for months. And notably, after announcing his Liberation Day tariffs, you had him calling out Powell publicly, saying it would, quote, be a perfect time to cut interest rates. But a big thing is, you know, the Fed doesn't care about Trump's economic agenda, at least not directly. Right? Its job, simply put, is to keep inflation in check while maximizing employment. And over the last few years, what we've seen is it's actually been able to help bring down inflation while keeping the unemployment rate relatively low. Right? There was the COVID of it all. Inflation ended up peaking at around 9% in 2022, but last month it was down to 2.4%, which, one, stellar numbers when you look at the international community, and two, pretty close to the agency's 2% target. And that as unemployment levels have remained.
But keep in mind, just because inflation went down, that doesn't mean the cost of living went down. Inflation means the cost of living is going up. So it's always going up. It's always going to be more expensive to buy your bread tomorrow than it was today, because we never enter a state of deflation. And generally, states of deflation are bad. But the problem right now is that wages don't keep up with inflation. Inflation is generally good. It means your money's more valuable. So it means you have a stronger economy. You don't want it to get out of hand, because then that can cause problems, but you want constant, steady, small inflation so your economy keeps growing. However, if wages don't grow with inflation, what that means is that even though your money is more valuable, your time becomes less valuable. And time is far more important and valuable than money, because you can always get more money, but you can never get more time.
Pretty low as well, although I will say Trump's tariffs have also sparked fears about that. But in any case, last week, Powell noted that Trump's tariffs were, quote, highly likely to generate at least a temporary rise in inflation, which for the most part means cutting rates is exactly what you would not do. And you had Powell himself suggesting there is no rush to act and that the Fed can wait for greater clarity before making any decisions. That, however, seemed to set Trump off, with him then publicly calling for Powell to be fired the next day and writing on social media, Powell's termination cannot come fast enough. With then one of Trump's top economic advisors soon confirming that officials would continue to study the question of whether they can legally fire Powell. Because Powell, he has seemingly made it clear that he will not step down if Trump asks him to resign. With him, for example, speaking at an event last week and saying, "Our independence is a matter of law. We're not removable except for cause." And that is very likely true, but also since it's never happened, it's ultimately somewhat unclear whether Trump actually has the authority to remove Powell. Though notably, the Supreme Court is currently hearing a case that could give the president more power to fire some federal officials before their terms are up. And so ultimately, we're gonna have to wait to see what happens there and whether it applies to the Fed, since we're living in unprecedented times, and it appears that the theme of this administration so far has been, let's really test the limits of presidential power. But, either way, there's no doubt that firing Powell, it would be unprecedented. And whatever Trump may think, it would very, very likely do even further damage to the American economy. And in fact, we're already seeing how that may be true, because early yesterday morning, Trump again took to social media urging Powell to cut interest rates preemptively, with him claiming that energy costs are down, that food prices are substantially lower, and that there is virtually no inflation, and going on to say there could be a slowing of the economy unless Mr. Too Late, a major loser, lowers interest rates now. And over the course of the day yesterday, stocks slid, though with that today, they have mostly bounced back. That whole episode, I guess, tied into the season of episodes we've had this year. It kind of shows the impact that Trump has had. And notably, with that, stocks aren't the only sign of investors losing confidence in the US, right? Because when stocks slump, investors often seek out so-called safe haven assets, normally including the American dollar and US government bonds. However, yesterday what we saw was that the dollar index fell to its lowest level since 2022, and bonds are being sold off as well. And instead, what we've seen are people buying up good old-fashioned gold, the most tried and true safe haven asset. But in fact, the price hitting an all-time record high yesterday of more than $3,500 per ounce. And then with that, you had the IMF today releasing a growth forecast for this year.
I know a friend who's probably really happy right now. A good friend used to be, I don't want to give too much information away, but used to be a firefighter with me. We'll just put it there. Several firefighters, but he always was talking about how you should be invested in gold instead of the stock market and stuff. I'm sure he's happy right now.
That gave the US the biggest downgrade among advanced economies, thanks in large part to tariffs. So of course, we're not in this alone, and other countries are projected to be hit hard as well, but ultimately, we're gonna have to wait to see how this plays out. But then, next up today, in different news, let's talk about this viral video.
Literally dropping firebombs on the world economy. Everyone's gonna be hurting, but he's trying to clear an overgrown forest and hopefully plant new seeds. That's his approach. Whether or not it's effective, we'll see in 10 years.
That introduced the world to a pair of Australian treasures. Right, if you've existed on the internet in recent days, you may have seen this video at least in some capacity.
And one guy, he was up there with our mum, and he went up there, and he was coming back down towards us, and he goes, "Run, he's got a gun." And our heart started to pound, and I said, "Oh, Mum, where's Mum?" And poor Mum was stuck up there, but apparently our brave Mum, she goes, "Are you all right?"
What are we watching?
All over his face, and he goes, "I'll shoot you." She goes, "Hey, I'm here to help."
Right, so that is Paula and Bridget Powers talking in unison about a carjacking that their mother experienced. And as this video gained traction online and people were talking about these women and their in-stereo speech, many Australians weren't too surprised. Right, and that because, as it turns out, the Powers twinnies, they're well known down under, both for their connection with each other and their bird sanctuary. Because you see, after working with Steve Irwin briefly, Bridget and Paula branched out on their own, and they've been running the Twinnies Pelican and Seabird Rescue for over 20 years. And over that time,
that's actually an amazing picture. That picture is so cool.
And they've been running the Twinnies Pelican and Seabird Rescue for over 20 years. And over that time, they've saved thousands of injured, orphaned, and sick native birds. And according to one veterinarian and TV host, quote, "One of the true strengths the twins possess is this incredible ability to read a bird and just watch it for 30 seconds and almost know medically what's going on with it." And adding, you can go to university for years and years and not be able to do that. If there's a bird in distress or even a turtle, the twinnies respond. Every single waking minute will be spent tending to that animal, and they don't really rest until the patient's needs are taken care of. And looking into it, there are actually numerous examples. Like back in 2020, they found a pelican egg that was on the edge of a dam, but it had rolled away from its nest site, and the twinnies, they brought it inside, incubated it, and raised the bird for months before releasing it into the wild. They take injured birds, sick ones, lost ones, any kind that you can imagine. With Steve Irwin's father, Bob, even saying that he thinks 90% of the birds that have come into the twinnies' care would have died without intervention, and adding, "I hate to think of how many hundreds and maybe thousands of birds would be dead now if not for the twinnies." But also, it hasn't always been smooth sailing for Bridget and Paula. Besides the ridicule they've faced for their unique speech and identical style, they've also been battling health issues their entire life. Issues including osteoporosis, stomach issues, and heart problems. With sometimes it just being hard to get out of bed, and you actually had the twinnies saying in an interview, but we know we've got to look after our feathered friends over in our center and they need our help. And even the center itself has had issues. I mean, a couple of years ago, money got really tight for the twinnies, where they were just kind of scraping by on public donations, their father's Vietnam War pension, and the occasional government grant. And eventually, that wasn't enough, with the twinnies Pelican and Seabird rescue facing the very real threat of eviction. That is, until a philanthropist based in Brisbane stepped in and purchased the site from the twinnies' landlord of 12 years, with them promising to work with them and make the site exactly what they need. And their mom saying at the time, it's pretty amazing to think that someone has come through the gate to fulfill the twins' dream, not for a roof over their heads, but a roof for the birds that they love saving. We would have had to end up moving or close down, and even to move dozens of aviaries from here. What a task. And because of that generosity, the twinnies have been able to continue their work. Work that is gravely needed, right? The urban development of the Sunshine Coast has led to countless seabirds being caught up in fishing lines, struck by propellers, or even injured by humans. And that's without getting into the storms, with Tropical Cyclone Alfred wreaking havoc on the native birds of Australia earlier this year, and dozens of birds being transferred to the twinnies rehab center. But, with all that said, and for all their work, I want to give Paula and Bridget the BAMF of the Day award. But that, my friends, is the end of your Tuesday evening, Wednesday morning dive into the news. But of course, don't worry, I got a brand new show for you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. Thank you for watching.
I think it's cool what they do, but I have to be honest. I feel like if I had to work with them, the way they talk would absolutely infuriate me. You know, I don't know if I could deal with that all day. That was a lot. I'm not making fun of them. I want to be clear. Like, that's just personally, I have a kind of low social battery, and I don't think I could sit there and listen to that all day, you know? I'm gonna get the second soup, and then we'll watch the second video. I'll be right back. Okay. We are back with the last bowl of Easter soup. I guess you could call it the Last Supper. Let's go watch this new video. Uh-oh, Trump melts down on Zelensky. They're going at it again. Oh, RFK. Oh my. Dude, I am so sick of RFK. Oh my God. All right. Watching the news didn't used to be this stressful. This is the most stressful thing I do all day. I don't understand. Like, let me correct that. Watching the Phillip DeFranco Show didn't used to be this stressful. Watching network news is always this stressful. They do that on purpose, and I don't understand how people are so addicted to all that bullshit disaster news stuff. But this, it's just Phil DeFranco does real news, and the real news is that the country is in shambles. The world is in shambles right now.
Welcome back to the Phillip DeFranco Show. You daily dive into the news. My name is Phillip DeFranco, and we have a lot to talk about today, starting with this. RFK Jr. is now reportedly starting an autism registry to track Americans with the condition. And according to CBS, this is part of sweeping studies that Kennedy announced in his first press conference last week, which if you didn't see, the TLDR of that press conference is that you had Kennedy falsely claiming that autism was a preventable disease caused by environmental toxins rather than genetics, and declaring that his agency will be launching a series of studies into the causes. Right in this, despite the fact that experts widely agree that 1, autism is not a preventable disease, but rather a complex neurological condition, and 2, it likely has a number of different causes, with multiple studies showing that, contrary to RFK's claims, that genetic factors actually do play a significant role. With Kennedy then also attracting widespread criticism for describing autism as this horrible affliction that ruins families and painting autistic people as totally incapable of functioning in society. Though I will say he did walk back his claims somewhat, clarifying that he was only referring to people on the more severe end of the spectrum. But regardless, the whole ordeal, it sparked a ton of backlash. And now, this week, we've gotten a little more insight into what exactly Kennedy's autism studies are going to look like. With reports coming in saying to conduct the studies, the National Institutes of Health will be collecting the private medical records of people with autism from numerous existing federal and commercial.
Nope. I hate any violation of privacy. That always leads to bad shit. First, they're gonna collect a list of autistic people. Then they're gonna start cutting off one autist's arm to see if autists everywhere feel it. If you don't get the reference, that's something the Nazis did to twins. They would experiment on twins and do things like cut one twin's arm off to see if the other twin felt it.
Commercial databases. And you had NIH Director Jay Bhattacharya reportedly giving a presentation where he told the agency's advisors that the new data will let researchers study comprehensive patient data with broad coverage of the US population for the first time, and adding, the idea of the platform is that the existing data resources are often fragmented and difficult to obtain. The NIH itself will often pay multiple times for the same data resource. And adding, even data resources that are within the federal government are difficult to obtain. With then CBS going on to specify that the data collected will include, quote, medication records from pharmacy chains, lab testing and genomics data from patients treated by the Department of Veterans Affairs and Indian Health Service, claims from private insurers, and data from smartwatches and fitness trackers. And from there, going on to note that the NIH is also in talks with the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services to broaden agreements governing access to their data. And as far as who will be able to see all this data, the NIH director reportedly said that between 10 and 20 outside groups of researchers will be given grant funding and access to the records in order to conduct RFK Jr.'s autism studies. But there, he also claimed that the researchers will not be able to download private medical data, promising that there will be state-of-the-art protections to ensure confidentiality. And with that, very notably here, CBS didn't provide more details about what exactly those protections
I'm
look
skeptical.
like. It's unclear if any officials gave more information at the presentation. And this is
The reason I'm skeptical is because they didn't say it would be anonymized data. If it's anonymized data, then it doesn't matter. You're just like, these are the autism rates. But if they're, what did they say? The language they use matter. State-of-the-art protections to protect confidentiality. That means they're not anonymizing the data, and they knew exactly who has what kind of autism, and God knows what else about your life if they're downloading your smartphone and fitness app stuff Holy shit. Guys, your Fitbit is telling on you to Big Brother. That's the reality we live in today. I gotta check a message. I need to get that over here. Let me swap screens real quick so I can do this in case it doesn't dox anything. I made it so the updates pop up somewhere else. Oh, it's not what I thought? The notification doesn't exist? I swore I saw a message. Maybe I got deleted. Alright. Anyways, let's go back. Where'd Phil go? Welcome back, Phil. Let me click because my thing still isn't working. No, that came out wrong. My thing works perfectly fine, guys, okay? Don't start any rumors.
Confidentiality. And with that, very notably here, CBS didn't provide more details about what exactly those protections will look like, and it's unclear if any officials gave more information at the presentation. And this is the outlet also didn't elaborate further on the so-called autism registry that will track people with the condition. And notably, what we've seen is that while other outlets have been unable to verify CBS's reporting, you did have Snopes explaining that NIH already keeps a list of registries for numerous different medical diagnoses, with that including various types of cancers, autoimmune disorders, and cerebral palsy. With the Health Institute saying that the registries provide researchers with, quote, first-hand information about people with certain conditions, both individually and as a group, and over time to increase our understanding of that condition. But regardless, what we've seen is that CBS report has sparked a lot of concern online about the general privacy violations, as well as concerns about how RFK Jr. might use the data given his alarming past comments about autism, with seeing many drawing comparisons to Nazi Germany and the euthanasia program where the Nazis rounded up disabled people and murdered them en masse. For example, people writing things on X like, I'm autistic, and
that's even worse than the comparison I made. I was just talking about the weird experiments they did, not the mass killings, but that's a possibility too, I just didn't really fathom that they'd go that far with euthanizing autistic people, but I guess anything is possible, right?
And when I heard RFK Jr. wants a government registry to track people like me using private medical records, I didn't think safety. I thought Nazi Germany, a roundup of disabled people, because I know history and I know exactly what comes after the list is made. And adding, this isn't about health, this is about control.
Yet, I bet you these are the same people that want lists of gun owners. Ask this guy if he thinks there should be a list of gun owners. I wonder what he'll say. No, I don't. I'm pretty sure those flags next to his name tell me exactly what he'll say. But, all lists are bad when the government has them, okay? It's never used to help people. It's always used to hurt people. And that's what it boils down to.
Control, it's about fear, it's about marking people.
You know what else the Nazis had lists of? Gun owners. You know what they did? They took away the guns as one of the first steps to becoming Nazis. Like actual Nazis in power and not just the National Socialist Party.
People like me, neurodivergent people, different people. Don't dress it up as policy. This is how roundups begin. You also had others arguing that this will just scare people from wanting to get themselves or their kids tested for autism, which will artificially reduce reported cases. So there, notably, you have some people claiming that's actually Kennedy's real intent here, or decrease the number of reported cases so he can claim that his actions have actually reduced autism.
That makes sense.
Also, as you have many saying that people are looking too deep into this, that the goal is just for more information, more understanding, and there's not a nefarious thing behind it. But that also isn't where the RFK Jr. news ends today, right?
It's the government. There's always a nefarious thing behind it.
That because he made a massive announcement about food dyes at a press conference yesterday. But a big part of why we need to talk about this is that there's been a ton of misinformation around this whole situation.
What's
when
the
you go
food
on
dyes
Twitter
thing?
right now, the top search results for food dye are all posts like Trump administration moves to ban essentially all artificial food dyes in the USA food supply at RFK Jr.'s direction, or US bans artificial dyes from all food products effective today. But those claims are incredibly misleading, if not downright false. Because what Kennedy and his team actually announced.
So, not to like the things about them being false, but so how are you being harmed by them banning food dyes. I don't see any way at all that you're banned from, that you will be harmed by them banning artificial food dyes. Now, don't get me wrong. I personally believe, as an American, the whole idea of freedom is that your rights shouldn't be taken away unless there's a good reason. And is there a good reason? We're probably about to find out. He's going to tell us the reason behind the justification behind it, I believe. But personally, I don't think McDonald's should be banned from selling a 64-ounce Coke. You know, if someone wants to buy that 64-ounce Coke, okay, it's their own choice, right? If someone wants to buy food with Red 40, okay, it's their own choice. So, in general, I'm opposed to the idea of banning artificial food dyes unless they can show they're extremely harmful. And there's, as far as I know, the reason I chose Red 40 specifically is because there's apparently some issues with that one. I think a lot of people are allergic to it, and that may even be the one that has a link to cancer. So here's the way I look at it. If they're banning food dyes that cause cancer and trigger allergies, and they only said artificial food dyes, not natural food dyes, so you can still dye your food, that seems like a good thing to me. I hate to agree with RFK on anything, but I don't understand what the problem with banning harmful food dye is. Let's see if there's some more information.
Are a handful of different actions, none of which amount to a ban on all food dyes, and none of which will be effective.
Oh, and they're not even banning it, nor is it effective immediately. Like, the media, was that actually the media? Okay, it looked like a media thing, but I don't know. What the fuck is remarks? What? It's not what I typed. It's not what I clicked, I mean. It's actually a legitimate news. And okay. But this is not real verification, it's just paid verification. So yeah, the media is just straight up lying. Oh, that's new. Kidding. That's not new.
Bans artificial dyes from all food products effective today. But those claims are incredibly misleading, if not downright false. Because what Kennedy and his team actually announced are a handful of different actions, none of which amount to a ban on all food dyes, and none of which will be effective immediately. RFK Jr. did absolutely say that his agency will be eliminating 8 different dyes that are found in thousands of food products, including candy, snacks, soda, and much, much more. But the methods that they're using to actually achieve this goal are highly questionable. Starting off with, of the 8 dyes Kennedy claims to be eliminating, only 2 are actually going to be banned in any real way. And even that, it's going to take some time, with officials saying that in the next few months will start the process of revoking authorizations for citrus red, number 2, and orange B. Though also notably, there you have experts saying this change really won't actually change the status quo much. With the saying, for example, Thomas Galligan, a principal scientist for the watchdog group Center for Science and the...
Well, if it won't change the status quo, then why are they so upset about it? If you're saying it's not going to affect you, then why are you losing your shit over it? I don't get people. I don't understand people. I don't belong on this planet. Who the fuck put me here?
Public interest, explaining that these 2 dyes are very, very rarely used, and adding they've essentially been abandoned by the food industry. And
then why the fuck does anybody care?
For the other 6 dyes, Kennedy and his team say they'll be phased out by the end of 2026 as food producers reformulate to remove them. But, and this is a key thing there, when
Okay,
Kennedy
that
was
sounds
asked
fair.
how this would be enforced and whether there was an official agreement with the food companies, he responded, "We don't have an agreement, we have an understanding." With another official clarifying that the phase out of these dyes will actually be entirely voluntary. So while the federal government will provide guidelines,
Oh, it's
standards, and
entirely
timelines,
voluntary,
it's actually
too.
mandatory. And with that, you had FDA
What?
Commissioner Marty McCary telling reporters later that he believes this goal can still be achieved even without
God,
formal
people are so
regulations.
stupid.
Saying, there's no need to have a regulation or a statute when companies are volunteering to do it. But that is, right now, it's totally unclear how many food companies are going to comply. In part because, according to reports, literally no one from the food industry was even at the event. And while some trade groups have said they will phase out dyes, there hasn't been anything close to a unified industry response saying, yeah, we're on board. In fact, you have Bloomberg reporting today that industry leaders have actually said they did not agree to even the voluntary terms outlined by RFK Jr. and his team. Additionally, we've also seen some groups actively pushing back on the effort, with the International Association of Color Manufacturers, which represents
I'm
the
sure.
color additives industry, saying color additives have been rigorously reviewed, and adding, requiring reformulation by the end of 2026 ignores scientific evidence and underestimates the complexity of food production, with them then saying this process is neither simple nor immediate, and the resulting supply disruptions will limit access.
Scientific evidence. Let's see. Is there scientific evidence that synthetic food, oh my God, Jesus, dyes, holy shit, are harmful? I can't type it all. The safety of synthetic food dyes is a debated topic with mixed scientific evidence. Here's a concise overview based on available data. Some studies suggest synthetic dyes like Red 40, the one I mentioned, Yellow 5, and Blue 1 may be linked to health issues, for example, behavioral effects. Limited evidence, primarily from studies like the 2007 Southampton study, suggests certain dyes may exacerbate hyperactivity in some children with ADHD. The results are inconsistent and not conclusive across populations. I would like to see the methodology for that, because I think there's a lot of false flags potentially with that research. But let's move on to the other ones. Allergic reactions. Rare case of allergic reactions or sensitivities have been reported, particularly with Yellow 5. That one I was aware of. Carcinogenity. Other older studies raised concerns about dyes like Red 3 causing cancer in animals, but the FDA has deemed current approved dyes safe at regulated levels. However, some animal studies still fuel debate about long-term risks. That's also the other thing I was aware of. The FDA and European Food Safety Authority approved synthetic dyes like Red 40, Yellow 5, and Blue 1, setting acceptable daily intake levels. They argue, so if I just ate like nothing but sprinkles for the rest of my life, I'd probably go over those intake levels, right? I love sprinkles. They argue that current evidence doesn't show significant harm at approved doses for the general population. However, the EU requires warning labels for some dyes due to potential behavioral effects. Many studies find no consistent harm. For instance, large-scale reviews by the FDA and EFSA conclude that approved dyes are safe for most people when consumed within limits. Critics argue that studies showing harm often use high doses not reflective of typical consumption or lack robust controls. That makes sense, because are you aware that you can drink so much water that it poisons you to death? Even water will kill you in high enough amounts. Long-term human studies are limited, and most evidence comes from animal studies or short-term trials. Sensitivity may vary by individual, and cumulative effects of multiple dyes are understudied. Conclusion: while some evidence suggests synthetic dyes may cause mild behavioral or allergic effects in specific groups, Regulatory bodies maintain they're safe at current levels for most people. If concerned, avoiding processed foods with dyes or opting for natural alternatives is a practical choice. For deeper insight, I can search recent studies or X posts if you'd like. I'm pretty sure the factor stuff is almost all much better. That's why I chose this one of all the potential. One of like 5 reasons why I chose this of all the potential sponsorships that were available. They might still have processed like dyes in there a little bit, but I was looking at actual reviews people said, and they said it was way better than any fast food. It's like TV adult dinners that are made with actual real food instead of like chicken nuggets made from styrofoam, you know? What's the water? I think it's called... Oh... Did the ship arrive? We'll see in a sec. What's... I think it's called like water toxicity syndrome. It's been many years since I was an EMT. I don't need to remember this shit anymore. So, it's not in the RAM. Water intoxication or hyponatremia. I was right. It is called water toxicity syndrome. Occurs when excessive water intake dilutes sodium levels in the blood, leading to dangerously low sodium concentrations. This disrupts normal cellular function, particularly in the brain, and can be life-threatening untreated. So, that's a problem with why they said weed kills brain cells too, right? If you have too much of any one thing, or deprive yourself of certain things because you have excessive amounts of that thing, then it's gonna fuck up your body regardless. So people putting like 1,000 times your daily intake of Blue One into a trial, well, yeah, that's probably gonna like fuck some shit up, you know? If you drink, I don't say how much it says. I don't know if it says how much. It's going to depend on your body and your level of activity and your climate, really. But let's just say you drink an excessive amount of water. You could literally die from drinking water. So you could die from drinking dye, too, I'm sure. The marijuana study that said marijuana kills brain cells, what they did was they took monkeys and they put them in a sealed room without ventilation, and they just pumped marijuana smoke into it. So what was actually killing brain cells was carbon dioxide poisoning from the lack of ventilation and lack of oxygen. So anything in excess is bad. Except my stream. You can never have too much of my stream. Or factor. Use the code. I'm kidding. You can definitely have too much factor. If you have too much factor, then you're going to end up getting body shamed by skinny talk. Alright. Let's get back to the video.
Access to familiar, affordable grocery items. Right, and that comment about scientific evidence is in reference to the fact that RFK Jr. and other administration officials have argued that this push is necessary to protect children from dyes, which they claim cause a host of behavior issues and illnesses. And you know, to that point, some studies have linked certain dyes to ADHD and
we just read that
behavioral problems in some children, but the FDA has long maintained that color additives are safe and most children have no adverse effects from them. But then also, regardless, you have many experts saying that RFK's plan here, it's not going to do shit with one called...
So here's the thing. At one point, does some children become too many children? I said there's no reason to ban something if it's not harmful. But that's different than not being harmful to most people. If it's harmful to some people, then it's still harmful. And especially considering how important a child's development is for their quality of life, for their entire rest of their life, I think we need more science done on this, to be fair. But if it does have serious mental impacts on even a small portion of the population, it might be worth banning, just because how are you supposed to know if you're going to be one of those people? It's like a crapshoot, right? It's like, oh, maybe you'll go crazy from eating this dye, maybe you won't.
Calling the announcement less than a nothing burger. And hell, I mean, we've even seen people who support removing these dyes criticizing the move. Like Galligan of the Center for Science and the Public Interest, who said that he wished that RFK Jr. had actually announced a ban on dyes, not a voluntary phase out, arguing the FDA has the authority to ban them outright if they wanted to. So it's a bit of a strange announcement, and adding, it's worth pointing out that food companies have made promises like this before.
It's not a strange announcement. And you even said why it's not a strange announcement. You're just not paying attention. Like, I hate it when people answer their own questions and they're too stupid to realize they answered their own question. It's not a strange announcement because of the food companies. That highlighted word right there. I promise you, the food companies would have been up in arms and done everything they could to stop it if it were mandatory and just being, if it were a mandatory ban that were being immediately enforced. They're giving the food companies time to change their production and processing and logistics rings and everything like that.
They've claimed they're going to get rid of these food dyes or other additives within a certain time frame, and then they have consistently reneged on those promises. But then,
that's fine.
Next up in the news, we should talk about this press.
But regardless of whether you love it or hate it, if there's any administration that's going to fuck them over for going back on those promises, it's this one.
Pool backlash. And this stemming from the internet's own Tim Pool being in the press pool yesterday. And with this, it was first announced that he'd be added to the White House press pool back in March. And yesterday, you had Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
I don't know who this is.
And giving him the first question of the day. So that question, it had a rather long, we'll call it lead-in.
Many of these organizations that are represented in this room have marched in lockstep on false narratives, such as the Very Fine People hoax, the Covington smear, and now what's being called the Maryland Man hoax, where an MS-13 gang member adjudicated by...
This is not a question. This is a novel. Get to the point, dude.
Two different judges, I believe. It's just simply being referred to as a Maryland man over and over again. Now, in an effort from...
I would have stopped him there and been like, sorry, sir, do you have a question? There are dozens, hundreds of other people in this room that have questions. If you're not going to ask a question, then give the turn to someone else.
From the White House to expand access to new companies, you've created this new media seat. So I'm wondering if you can comment on, following this expansion, you've had numerous outlets disparage the companies that you've had sit here, as well as the reporters. I'm wondering if you could comment on that unprofessional behavior, as well as elaborate if there's any plans to expand access to new companies.
Right, so it started by slamming mainstream news.
All that for such a simple question.
Disparage the companies that you've had sit here, as well as the reporters.
That's all you needed. From right there. You've had numerous outlets disparage
disparage
the companies as you had here, as well as the reporters.
I'm wondering if you could comment on...
That's poorly phrased. But I would say either will you comment or what is your comment on that unprofessional behavior?
On that unprofessional behavior, as well as elaborate if there's any plans to...
And are there any plans to expand access to new companies? This guy, why'd they let him in the media pool? He clearly does not understand how to do this shit. But whatever. Who is this guy? Who is Tim Pool was his name? Is it gonna tell me here? Tim Pool, yeah. He should have I was gonna say he should have like practiced this or written it down. But the sad thing is he probably did, and this is what he came up with. Who is Tim Pool face? I mean, just Tim Pool. Born Timothy Daniel Pool, 86, is an American commentator, podcaster, and YouTuber. He first gained prominence for live streaming Occupy Wall Street protests. Interesting. Using innovative techniques like aerial drones will earn him recognition from outlets like NBC, Reuters, and Time, where he was dubbed the Eyes of the Movement. Born in Chicago, Illinois. Well, that explains a lot. Poole grew up in a middle-class family with a firefighter father and a mother who sold cars. He is of partial Korean descent, though his maternal grandmother. He dropped out of school at 14, and that explains a lot. Poole worked with Vice Media and Fusion TV from 2013 to 2014, covering global protests, including those in Istanbul and Ukraine, and experimenting with technologies like Google Glass. How does he have so much experience and not know how to do this? And then I remembered that he dropped out of school at 14. Here we go. In 2024, Poole faced allegations of receiving Russian funding through Tenet Media, a company linked to a Kremlin disinformation campaign. His net worth is estimated between 1 and 5 million. Guys, stop making stupid people rich and famous. All right. Let's go and listen to the rest of this.
To expand access to new companies.
Right, so it started by slamming mainstream news outlets and their coverage of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, and then teeing Levitt up to talk about those outlets, that case, and the White House's future press plans.
Well, we certainly welcome diverse viewpoints in this room, which is one of the reasons we have you in here, and there's many new faces in this room in comparison to the previous administrations. You rightfully pointed out the Maryland man story, which I, from this podium, when The Atlantic published it, on that very first day, I came to this podium and said, this is wrong. The press in this room have this story wrong.
And so with that, one of the things we saw is this interaction facing some backlash online for a few different reasons. Right? Some arguing that Tim Poole and others who have been allowed into the press room asking questions like this are just acting like an extension of the administration and using time to throw Levitt softballs, allowing her to slam the press. And with that...
Yeah. It's kind of interesting that this guy, apparently, he just seems like a shill. He seems like, I don't know. Hello. I'm good, dude. I've seen so many of those kick bots at this point. It's almost as annoying as the Twitch bots. At least you're a little more polite than the Twitch bots. But thank you for the offer. Find someone else. All right.
That you had people writing things like, I thought the point of adding new media to the news pool was to ask the questions that mainstream media wouldn't ask, not a soapbox to pontificate and glaze the current administration with BS puff questions. With outlets like the Daily Beast even saying he went full suck up in that line of questioning. But then also, in addition to that, you had some it was just
more like full suck off
there at all, if not completely, at least partly, because as you might remember, Tim Poole was one of the right-wing content creators found to have been receiving money from Russian media executives, with the Washington Post reporting that he made $100,000.
I didn't remember, but Grok does.
Though he and most of the other influencers say that they were misled and had no clue that this money was actually coming from Russia. But still,
sure. Even if they were misled, I promise you they didn't look too closely at where that money was coming from. Now I understand why he had such a long, stupid question, because they were just trying to get him to eat up as much time as possible so that no one else could ask good questions. Holy fuck.
his presence in the press pool by saying things like, AP is out of the White House briefing space, but Team Trump will welcome and give the first question to Putin's stooge, as well as congratulating little Russian propaganda producers in the White House briefing room. Also, though less importantly, you had some calling him out for wearing a hoodie and a beanie at the briefing instead of a suit or other professional attire.
That was pretty interesting. I didn't even realize that, but I think that partially lended into my like ragging on him for his lack of professionalism, because he's clearly not. I mean, I don't know. Here's the thing. It's the White House, though. Like, bro, I don't like dressing up at all. I can promise you. I wear jeans, sweatpants, bathrobes, and band tees, and geek Star Wars graphic t-shirts. But if I were going to the White House, of all places, if they still fit, I would put on slacks, if not my nicest black jeans, and a button-down shirt and a tie. Because it's the fucking White House, dude. There's a difference between being vain and presenting yourself respectably in the appropriate situation.
And with that, you had other creators and commentators in the space, like Hassan Piker chiming in, writing,
"Oh
Tim Pool
God,
gets
not
this
him!"
access because he's pro-Trump and pro-Israel, by the way. With him then also on his.
Remember when you got access to the Democratic Convention because you're pro-terrorist and pro-Palestine, by the way? Oh, it's almost like you're a fucking hypocrite, Hassan.
Stream mocking his attire and the question that he asked.
I find it so funny that he didn't like dress up for the occasion. He slapped on the ugliest thing that you could put together for this.
God damn it, I agree with Hassan on something. The world is truly ending.
For this moment. Mods, can you please yell at big media who have disparaged your beautiful, brave, and dare I say bold initiative to put me here? Mods!
How do people even watch this content? Like, that was so annoying it made me want to click off this video. Like, how do you watch 10 hours of that or whatever however fuck he streams for? It's insane.
CNN is being mean to me.
With that, then leading to Tim Pool and Hassan duking it out on Twitter for a bit, with Tim also slamming those who generally criticized his presence in the press pool, with him saying I was in the White House today and the crying libs were not. But also, this comes as there's been greater criticism of the White House press
so dumb.
The Trump administration 2.0. With us, for example, seeing last week the New York Times doing a piece on how the room is changing with the new media seat that the Trump administration introduced. With him saying in the briefing room, officials have made room for a new cohort of more partisan attendees like right-wing podcasters who often ask less adversarial questions than traditional journalists. The matting, longtime White House reporters say the result has been an erosion of their independence. They say the increased attention toward pro-Trump media personalities who rarely challenge the administration's talking points has undercut the briefings as a space to relay accurate information to the American public and hold the president to account. You know, with all this, as this continues to play out online and as it continues to play out in the press briefing room every single day, I gotta pass the question off to you, and that is, what are your thoughts with these changes and what we're seeing now? And
so my thoughts are, I think they suck, but I do also think it's the White House, it's the president's administration's right to determine who gets a white seat in the White House press poll. Again, just like freedom of speech doesn't mean freedom from consequences of the speech, freedom of the press doesn't necessarily mean that like every news outlet gets to shove a camera up your asshole and give you a colonoscopy, right? If the government wants to, now I'm sure there are new rules and regulations on some level, which are related to the White House press corps. But constitutionally, the right to a free press just guarantees that someone can't come and shut you down for printing or posting your thoughts. It doesn't give you any guarantee of access.
And then I've got more news for you in just a minute. But first, do you ever feel like parenting is a full contact sport? 1 minute you're sprinting across a muddy soccer field, the next you're rushing to grab snacks, and then you're heading straight to dinner plans. No time to change, no time to slow down. And
Hawk your waterproof shoes to someone else.
PDS.
Guys, if you want to buy some of Phil's waterproof shoes, here's the video. Go give it a like. Subscribe to his channel.
Get them now. But then from
get 'em now.
Next up in the news, we've got Tesla's net income falling 71% in its first quarter compared to last year. That absolutely horrible news for the company, it has caused the stock price to surge. Who knows where it's going to land, but as I'm recording, it's at 8%. So we should talk about why. Because at face value, that might not make sense. It's like if you told me, hey, Phil, I need you to make sandwiches, and I'm like, sounds great. And then I'm like, I made half a sandwich, but I also shit my pants. And you're like, fantastic job. Here's a promotion. Because on its face, at the surface level, it doesn't feel like that news should result in that result. But here's why it does appear to make sense. Right? So
what was the
Musk
news?
and other people
I need to back up. I was doing a combat round. That face is doing things to me.
PDS, get them now. But then from that, next up in the news, we've got Tesla's net income falling 71% in its first quarter compared to last year. That absolutely horrible news for the company, it has caused the stock price to surge. Who knows where it's going to land, but as I'm recording, it's at 8%. So we should talk about why. Because at face value, that might not make sense. It's like if you told me, hey, Phil, I need you to make sandwiches, and I'm like,
was it like an investment?
And I'm like, I made half a sandwich,
kick or
but I also
something?
shit my
I don't
pants,
know.
and you're like, fantastic job. Here's a promotion.
Or maybe
Because on
people
its face,
shorting
at the
it.
Surface level, it doesn't feel like that news should result in that result. But here's why it does appear to make sense, right? So Musk and other people at Tesla, they have argued that there are multiple factors that have led to the decline. Or with people noting that Tesla was struggling prior to the whole Doge mess as a result of new competition and tariff threats. But the growing backlash against Musk specifically and his role in US politics, it's gotten the most attention, especially since that backlash has come largely from people on the left who are more likely to shop for electric cars than those on the right. Right? And we've talked about big parts of this before. There's been lots of anti-Elon sentiment. Some of that's turned into anti-Tesla protests all over the country, as well as cases of vandalism popping up at Tesla centers. And then just as far as the business side, earlier this month, we also learned that Tesla's global sales were falling. So the news about a much lower income during Tesla's quarterly earnings report and investor call, not the most surprising, right? But also Tesla's quarterly report has sort of acknowledged that these
It's because they were first. But now other people are catching up, right? There's a reason why in horse races, it's usually not the horse that's in the lead for most of the race that wins at the end. Generally the guy that was second, third, or fourth that comes through for the victory at the end.
Trump and Musk attitudes could be bad for business, saying that uncertainty in the auto industry, rapidly changing trade policy, and quote, changing political sentiment could have a meaningful impact on demand for our products in the near term. And Musk actually touched on this during an investor call, but he also placed the blame on the protesters, not himself, and he defended his role in the administration.
As people know, there's been some blowback for the time that I've been spending in government with the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE. The right thing to do is to fight the waste and fraud and get the country back on the right track, and working together with President Trump and his administration. Because if the ship of America goes down, we all go down with it.
But the big, huge thing here is that he still said that his work with Doge will be taking a back seat. Though this is, he notably didn't say that it was because the backlash against him was hurting the company. Right? Instead, he claimed that it was actually because the bulk of his work there was already done.
I think starting probably...
Wait. I thought you were going to cut all the wasteful spending in the government, but you didn't even, and you said you're done, but you didn't even start cutting the area with the most wasteful spending yet, the military. The largest section of our budget, where just like a few cuts, like 1 or 2 cuts, could probably cover everything you cut everywhere else times 10. Interesting.
Month, May, my time allocation to Doge will drop significantly. I'll have to continue doing it for, I think, probably the remainder of the president's term, just to make sure that the waste and fraud that we stop does not come roaring back.
With Musk then saying he'll scale back to just 1 or 2 days a week so long as Trump wants him, but going forward, more of his time will be allocated to Tesla. Now with that,
Okay, he's probably going to answer the question I'm about to ask, but how's that supposed to work? Because he's only got temporary government employee status. Let's see if he's got the answer.
I'll say the logistics of him continuing through the whole term, they're a little wonky because, he's classified as a special government employee.
Yeah.
And that status expires at the end of May as it comes with a 130-day yearly cap on work that people can do in that role. And so, we're going to have to wait to see what this actually ends up looking like. But the news that Tesla all of a sudden will have its CEO back, that seemingly helped the stock go up. But this also, as those comments we just talked about that Elon made, they weren't the only ones that made headlines, right? And that because he spent a lot of the time calling out the anti-Tesla protesters, claiming with no evidence that they had been paid to participate in these demonstrations, with him then also suggesting that they were only protesting because they had been the recipients of wasteful government spending.
I do wish, well, maybe some of them have been paid. Thinking about the vandals specifically, I don't think the vandals, most of them probably weren't paid. I think they're just evil idiots that think destroying other people's property is going to get them what they want. It won't, by the way. It's only going to make things worse. If the country gets locked down in martial law and you were the one burning Teslas or attacking random people on the street just because they drove a Tesla, know that you have yourself to thank for that. So there has been interesting evidence of people admitting at certain demonstrations that they either weren't there of their own volition or may have been paid. The first one's more confirmed, where I can think of a video. There was this Asian dude that was being interviewed by like some political commentary YouTuber or something. Like he went to, or she, I don't remember. It was either a he or a she. I don't recall the interviewee, only the interviewer, only the interviewee. They were interviewing this Asian guy, and he had no idea what the fuck he was doing there. Literally had no idea what they were protesting. He was just standing around holding this sign, and this other guy, like a man bun wearing soy boy, came up and started answering the questions for him. The interviewer kept trying to go back to guy that didn't know what the hell was going on, and every time he did, the other guy, the really aggressive soy boy, would intervene. And it was kind of funny and sad to watch at the same time. But the damning moment was where when he asked, I don't remember exactly how I asked it, but he asked him if he like made the sign or why he made this sign and what the sign meant. And the Asian guy was like, oh, I don't know, someone gave it to me. It was so rough to watch, man. It was so rough to watch.
They're going to come up with some other reason. But that is the real reason for the protests. The actual reason is that those receiving the waste and fraud wish to continue receiving it.
Which I just gotta say, baby boy, baby Musk.
No,
as someone
that's
that gets a lot
not
of love and hate myself, definitely not at
the
your
real
level.
reason.
You can't say that everyone that's against you is like a paid actor or a paid shill or a bot. If you do that, it makes it easy because
There's a small percentage, maybe even a large percentage, but it's not all of them. Some people are just angry and stupid.
then you don't really have to question your worldviews and your actions or anything like that, and put really a lot of time into thinking about yourself and what you're doing and the impact that you're having on others. But it just kind of looks sad and pathetic that you're doing that. But also, I'll say that claim from Musk, it actually prompted some pushback from Tesla Takedown, which is a group behind the protest, which gave a statement to NPR
Of course it
saying
did.
volunteer hosts and participants are stepping forward because they believe in democracy and the rule of law, not because a billionaire is.
No, they don't. Because these are the same people that are crying that democracy didn't turn out the way they wanted it to. If you believed in democracy, you wouldn't be burning these Teslas because you lost the Democratic vote. Fucking liars. Everyone is an evil fucking liar. Neither side looks good in this. The rule of law. So all of the rule of law states that all those people that damaged the Tesla property should go to jail, right? So you want all your protesters to go to jail? Cool. Glad we're on the same page.
Paying them. But then also adding, the irony is rich, coming from a man who spent $277 million to get Donald Trump elected. You know what?
The irony is rich, coming from people who are protesting democracy and the rule of law and claiming that's what they want.
All of this playing out as Musk has also faced some heat about Trump's tariffs. Because while Tesla is likely going to be the least impacted car company since the vehicles are manufactured stateside, they won't be fully free from the impacts because its factories import parts from Mexico and China. And actually, with that, you had Musk saying,
I just want to emphasize that the tariff decision is entirely up to the President of the United States.
Right, and so then all in all, online, you had a ton of people kind of just celebrating this news for numerous reasons, right? Some just celebrating the news of Tesla's profits falling, and that is you had many people cheering on Musk's decision to spend more time at the company instead of the White House. So there was a notable split because you had some just saying, get the fuck out of the government, and others going, yeah, please focus on the company. And actually, with all this news, it comes as the Washington Post already reported this week that Musk might dip out of his current political role as a result of the backlash that he's been getting. With the article saying the billionaire is ready to exit because he is tired of fielding what he views as a slew of nasty and unethical attacks from the political left, according to a person familiar with his thinking. And this is you have Trump also.
I mean, he's right in that. But he can't pretend like he hasn't done it to the other side. This is something we talked about earlier. The golden rule works both ways. Do unto others as you wish to be done to yourself. You're going to go out there and slander people, launch nasty attacks, tell Asmongold that he's not his own man because he has a dude edit his videos for him, and you're just mad that he called you out for being a fucking cheater and not necessarily a cheater, but for misrepresenting that you played your own account on Path of Exile 2. But then when people say equally nasty things about you, you call foul? The sword cuts both ways, bro.
Also saying that Musk is on the way out of the door. But of course, as we wait to see how this actually plays out, I gotta pass.
If you want people to stop saying foul nasty things about you that are slanderous, stop saying foul nasty things about them that are slanderous.
The question on to you, even though I know 95% of you have been paid to leave negative comments about Elon Musk, because obviously there's no other reason to be critical of the man. But then,
yeah, I'm being paid to. I'm not being paid actually. Wish I were. But
from that
I'm being paid to commentate on this video.
International news. We're going to talk about how no shows by the Trump administration have effectively collapsed the latest Ukraine peace talks in London, and it seems more and more like the U.S. isn't going to have any role in ending this war. And this, of course, despite Trump previously saying he could do so in just a single day. But instead, where we are is that roughly 3 months into his second term, the U.S. reportedly presented Ukrainian officials with a one-page document described as Trump's final offer. And this coming last week, with Trump then threatening to take a pass on further peace talks if Moscow or Kyiv, quote, make it very difficult to reach a peace deal. With also Secretary of State Marco Rubio similarly warning that the U.S. could walk away within days without meaningful progress. But one of the big problems with that is that the deal on the table, it has widely been seen as favoring Russia. With, for example, one source close to the Ukrainian government explaining, well, the proposal says very clearly what tangible gains Russia gets, but only vaguely and generally says what Ukraine is going to get. Now, one, that's not at all surprising given the shift that we've seen from the White House, but also two, it's not surprising due to the fact that Trump envoy Steve Witkoff reportedly drafted the proposal after meeting with Putin for more than 4 hours last week, with it being reported that Putin offered to pause Russia's invasion along the current front lines as part of a potential deal, which would leave about a fifth of Ukraine's territory in Russian hands. And that is pretty much what the Witkoff proposal says as well. And actually, let's break down the whole thing, or at least everything that we know so far. So as far as what Russia would get, 1, formal US recognition of Crimea as legally held Russian territory. 2, de facto recognition of several Russian-occupied areas of Ukraine. 3, a promise that Ukraine will not become a member of NATO. 4, the lifting of sanctions imposed since 2014. And 5, enhanced economic cooperation with the US, especially in the energy and industrial sector. But then, on the flip side, as far as Ukraine, well, first off, the proposal does notably call for a robust security guarantee involving European and potentially non-European nations. Though notably, the document is reportedly vague in terms of how this peacekeeping operation would function and does not mention any US involvement. Secondly, it calls for the return of the small part of the Kharkiv region that Russia has occupied. And third, it calls for the unimpeded passage of the Dnipro River, which runs along the front lines in parts of southern Ukraine. And then lastly, it calls for compensation and assistance for rebuilding, though the document doesn't say where the funding would come from. And then actually, besides all that, finally, there are 2 more key points.
Don't sign it.
The Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, which is the largest facility of this type in Europe, it would be considered Ukrainian territory, but it would be operated by the US and supply electricity to both Ukraine and Russia.
Oh,
and 2,
hell no.
Deal that we've been hearing about it for a
Don't
while,
sign that deal. It's a bum deal, Zelensky.
The United States. It's apparently mentioned in the proposal as well, and Trump said last week that it would be signed tomorrow. Of course, we're gonna have to wait to see if that actually happens because, the whole mineral deal aside, right, the whole proposal, it includes at least one non-starter for Ukraine, which is the whole Crimea thing. Or with Zelensky totally ruling out recognizing Crimea as Russian on Tuesday, with him telling reporters, there is nothing to talk about. This violates our constitution. This is our territory, the territory of the people of Ukraine. But Trump actually took issue with that in a post on Truth Social today, claiming Zelensky's words are, quote, very harmful to the peace negotiations, and also blaming him and Obama for Russia's annexation of the territory. With then Zelensky later seeming to respond by sharing a 2018 declaration by Mike Pompeo, Trump's first-term Secretary of State, saying that the U.S. rejects Russia's attempted annexation of Crimea and pledges to maintain this policy until Ukraine's territorial
Bro's bringing out the receipts.
With that, ceding Crimea to Russia would
get him,
also
Zelensky.
have major implications for international security across the region. With, for example, one expert telling the Post, Crimea in particular is so strategically important for European security that there can be absolutely no interest in Europe and Crimea coming under any form of permanent Russian control or being recognized under international law. But with that said, European leaders have also just lost their latest chance to weigh in with the U.S. Right, and that because Rubio as well as Witkoff have both opted to skip talks in London today involving Ukrainian, French, German, and British officials, leaving envoy Keith Kellogg to head up the U.S. delegation instead, with the whole event essentially getting downgraded from a high-level meeting to more low-level talks. Though notably, Witkoff will reportedly travel to Moscow at some point this week for what would be his 4th meeting with Putin. Then as far as Rubio, a spokesperson claimed his absence is not a statement regarding the meetings, instead saying it's a statement about logistical issues in his schedule. However, there we saw some reporting begging to differ, with seeing one official briefed on the situation telling the Washington Post that the decision is the result of anger over Ukraine's reluctance to accept the controversial peace framework and instead, quote, discuss a complete ceasefire first and everything else later. And connected to that, you had J.D. Vance today echoing earlier comments by Trump and Rubio that the U.S. would walk away if a deal isn't reached soon. However, with all this, Zelensky has not wavered, with him writing on social media today that Ukraine insists on an immediate, complete, and unconditional ceasefire, and adding that was the proposal put forward by the United States on March 11th of this year, and it was absolutely reasonable, and saying this is is absolutely possible, but only if Russia agrees and stops the killing. And then with that, you also had him reporting that 9 civilians were killed by a Russian drone striking a bus earlier in the day, which, ends up just serving as another reminder that as this conversation is or isn't happening, the war is still going on. People are actively dying. But for now, we're gonna have to wait to see how this plays out, as well as see if the US is gonna be involved. And then I've got more news for you in just a moment, but first I'm gonna sponsor myself and say you need to go to beautifulbastard.com, the comfiest and best looking way to wear your feelings.
That more
We got
news,
something
really?
for everybody, and I mean that in a number of ways, including that we go available at
I'm gonna sponsor myself and go get a cup of coffee. I'll be right back, guys. Weird that doesn't work. I'll be right back. I need coffee. I'm starting to lag out a bit. I don't know how much longer we're gonna be going. I'm trying to get back. I'm working on getting back into a routine, but my sleep is always messed up from family and traveling and all that stuff. Okay. I'm back. Stop making that face at me, Phil. Alright.
at beautifulbastard.com. But then from that, we have actually super awesome news, and that is that almost half of Americans are now exposed to unhealthy levels of air pollution. I lied, it's not happy news. Are you new here? The only thing close to happy is usually the last story. But yeah, this news is coming from a new report by the American Lung Association. And notably, you have the ALA not just finding that it's bad, but the situation has actually gotten way, way worse. And then more than that, it's only going to keep getting worse, in part thanks to the Trump administration absolutely taking an axe to major climate, environment, and air pollution policies. Right, but with that, we should talk specifics.
I feel like,
because according to the ALA, just over 156 million people in the US, they live in neighborhoods with unhealthy levels of soot or smog. And that is 16% more than last year and the highest number in a decade. And notably, though, surprisingly, a person of color is more than twice as likely as a white American to live in a neighborhood with unhealthy levels of air pollution.
Did you say surprisingly?
Americans are actually the most impacted, with them reportedly being 3 times more likely to be breathing in toxic air pollutants. And when I number in a decade. And notably, though, unsurprisingly,
okay, I was going to say unsurprisingly. I was going to be like, Phil, if you think that's unsurprising, you have not been paying attention.
As likely as a white American to live in a neighborhood with unhealthy levels of air pollution. Though this, as Latino Americans, are actually the most impacted, with them reportedly being 3 times more likely to be breathing in toxic air pollutants. And when I say toxic, I don't mean like, oh, you kind of get like a sore throat. I mean like they can lead to early death and increase the risk of serious medical issues like asthma attacks, heart attacks, strokes, and preterm births, as well as impair cognitive functioning in later life. And of course, that's all in addition to the risk of lung cancer. Also, a big key takeaway here is that the effects of air pollution are only made worse by heat waves and wildfires, both events that we're now expecting to see more and more of in the future thanks to human-caused climate change. And I mean, just look at New Jersey of all places, where a wildfire this week has, as of recording, burned 11,000 acres and led to thousands being evacuated.
Why is it all the super liberal areas that burn like hell?
You know, with that, talking about the increase from last year, it reportedly can be attributed at least in part to extreme heat and wildfires that contributed to an increase in ozone levels for many parts of the country, most notably in central states like Minnesota to Texas. And overall, only two cities, Bangor, Maine, and
Texas is burning too. Fair enough.
As clean cities with no spikes in smog or soot. And of course, as we're seeing that play out, we're also seeing the Trump administration making tearing apart climate and environmental rules a top priority, including those focused on air pollution. But then also, notably, environmental justice, which is largely about addressing the disparate impact of pollution on minority groups over decades, especially coming under attack with it seemingly being conflated with DEI. And so with all this, you have people like the head of the ALA saying efforts to slash staff, funding, and programs at the EPA are leaving families even more vulnerable to harmful air pollution. But then shifting gears to a very different kind of news.
Well, I will say, as far as the DEI claims are, it was recently, I think it was a senator, a black senator specifically, that pointed out that statistically, the only people that benefited from DEI were white women, which is not a shocker to me at all.
This year's Boston Marathon was filled with good news. We saw a Massachusetts runner who had suffered a brain injury finish the race.
That's a gross oversimplification, but let's get to the good news.
With ALS, who'd run the race previously, being pushed in his wheelchair, and even a 20-year-old crawling across the finish line. But maybe one of the most heartwarming stories to come from the 2025 Boston Marathon, it centers around a runner from Brazil. And specifically, I'm talking about 34-year-old Pedro Arrieta, who, along with his wife, were running their hardest on Monday and looking to achieve new personal goals. And for Pedro, that was a time of less than 2 hours and 40 minutes, and that goal was in sight.
Damn.
Then, just as he was short of the finish line, with time to spare, he saw 35-year-old Sean Goodwin struggling. With then videos from all different angles capturing Pedro pulling Sean up to his feet and helping him cross the finish line. And as countless other runners flew by them, Pedro finished the race just shy of his goal with a time of 2 hours, 41 minutes, and 29 seconds. But then also what we saw is that his selfless act of kindness, it went viral, getting millions and millions of views online. And with that, you had him saying on Instagram, it was impossible to run past someone who needed help reaching their dream finish line and not help them complete the Boston Marathon. Thank you, Boston. Thank you, God. But then also Pedro's wife, who finished the marathon with a time of 2 hours, 52 minutes, and 36 seconds, commenting on
really good
saying
too.
The essence of sport to me is that right there. You dreamed about a sub 240, and when you were almost there, God used you to lose a few minutes and do something with much more meaning to mark you entirely, much more than numbers. I love you. I'm dying of pride. And so with that, you know,
what an
Pedro,
awesome
putting
couple.
aside your own goals to help out a stranger, not to mention finishing the Boston Marathon, which is an insane feat in itself, you are absolutely our BAMF of the day, because it serves as a reminder the things outside of us, That's the big shit. And a little kindness, it goes a long way. And more than our words do, our actions echo. But that, my friends, is where your
100%.
Wednesday evening, Thursday morning dive into the news is gonna end. And of course, you don't have to worry about missing my stupid face for too long, because I got a brand new show for you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. Thank you for watching.
We're all
I
caught
love
up.
you, faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
Oh, wait. Oh, we're not? Does that mean there's a new one? Because today's Thursday, right? So there's a new one. Oh, Jesus, there's one more. Oh, no. I don't know if I can handle 3 in one night. Let me blow my nose. My sinuses are really fucked up right now, because one of the problems I used to have so much trouble streaming, especially when it came to working on singing, was the place I lived in Pittsburgh had like a bunch of insane mold and uncontrollable dust. This place is so much cleaner. You have no idea. I can actually breathe here. But even just being back there for a couple hours to like pack some extra shit up and look for my Switch, which I didn't find. There's still so much junk there. Like, I love my parents. They've done so much for me. But they could have been on the show Hoarders at some point. And I think they're now realizing just how bad it was, because right now their entire life is cleaning up that shit so they can get the house ready to show and sell it. And I'm kind of heartbroken because I don't know what's going on with the Switch, because I thought I packed it and brought it up here, but I've been through everything like 2 or 3 times and found no trace of it. I figure out there's a small chance that there's 3 possibilities, right? Someone, it's here and I just haven't found it yet. It seems unlikely considering how much I've gone through. I've checked every single box that I can think of. Although I haven't pulled everything out of every box, but a lot of the boxes, I was like, man, this box ain't been touched for 10 years. Because, you know, some of that stuff, when I went to college, they moved me out of my room without telling me they were doing that, and moved me into a much smaller room. So then they took all the stuff that was in my room and put it in boxes and put it in another room. So I have some of that stuff now up here, and I'm gonna go through it and sort it and maybe sell some of it, maybe donate some of it. I wish I could donate more, but trying to make ends meet in my new situation. So it's possible somehow it ended up in one of those boxes and got dropped down. So there's a small chance the Switch is still here. But I find it's more likely that it's still back at the house somewhere in Pittsburgh, and it just hasn't been found yet. And I'm hopeful maybe that's just copium. It seems like the most likely scenario right now is that it's either lost or got stolen when I was loading the truck up the first time. And that's kind of heartbreaking, because that was the first thing I've bought myself in like a decade. You know? Life's always been a struggle for me. So while I do buy things, like I bought this microphone and it was almost expensive as the Switch. Pretty much like everything I buy for survival or work. And that was the first thing that I bought myself in like 10 years, if not more. So It's kind of heartbreaking to lose that. Hopefully I do find it. The strangest thing is that all the other stuff is up here, but not the Switch itself. I have the dock, I have the controllers, I have the extra clips that go on the little handles. I have everything I need but the actual console, which was in its own like plastic protection case. Well, it's like a hard plastic covered in hard fabric. So that's frustrating. I'm gonna blow my nose because I can't breathe. All right. I kind of need to pee, but I honestly don't know if I can sit through a third one of these. Maybe we save it for tomorrow. There's two reasons I don't know if I can sit through a third one. One is because I'm kind of tired because my sleep schedule's messed up and I woke up way too early today. But I'm trying to stay up late enough to reset my sleep schedule and get back on my natural nocturnal sleep schedule. But at the same time, I want to keep streaming, yet I don't want to stream with low energy. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to save these two things for tomorrow. And I'm going to try a new game. Now, why am I not playing WoW? Well, because my WoW subscription has expired and I can't afford to re-up it at the moment. If you want to, that's just the flat facts. And this, if you want to see more of that, you can help out the channel by subscribing or by supporting the sponsor, which is at this moment and for the next 30 days, Factor 75. I chose this one because I love food and I like it when food is quick and easy. I have not specifically tried Factor 75 myself, but I would like to at some point. And if I ever get a Factor 75 meal, I promise you I will review that live and make a video of it. Probably clip it and put it on YouTube too. So, absolutely go ahead and check that out. Totally worth it. Did the command even work? Did it auto create a command or is that the timer? I have no idea what just happened there. Let's try that again. Okay, so it must have auto created the command and I created a separate command that doesn't need to be there. I'll delete the other command for future streams. But yeah, I would love to try this shit. I'm thinking maybe next month I do HelloFresh, but I don't know. I want to try both of these. HelloFresh requires more time. They're the same thing. They're owned by the same company. But HelloFresh is, they send you a box of ingredients and you make it yourself. Apparently it tastes better, but I'm sure that's probably the case because you're getting actual ingredients and then cooking them yourself using a stove or oven or whatever it requires for that particular meal. But the nice thing about Factor 75 is they're like adult TV dinners and it's still like the same high quality ingredients. They're just pre-cooked and then it's all fresh, never frozen apparently. Pre-cooked, stored in these plastic trays and you microwave them in 2 minutes. And with how much I'm grinding my ass off right now, that sounds like exactly the type of setup I need. So guys, if you want to support the channel, don't forget there's merch too. You can sub, you can gift merch, you can give subs, you can buy merch or you can go ahead and get yourself some food from Factor, 50% off and free shipping on your first Factor box. Now that the shameless plug has been sent, I'm gonna pee real quick, and then we're gonna start Schedule 1. One of my good friends gifted me Schedule 1, has been begging me to try it, and the only reason I haven't tried it yet is because I anticipated that the WoW sub was going to run out, and I wanted to get as much World of Warcraft in as I could before that moment. Well, we have now reached that moment, so it's time to move on to the next moment. I'm gonna put my headphones back on real quick because I started the game, and some games, when they start instantly with a cutscene. If it just gives me like a new game menu, then we'll just go pee and then start the new game. Does not condone the manufacturing, trade, or use. Okay, it's a new game menu. Perfect. It gives me time to pee before we get into it. I love how they don't give you even time to read it. It's like, yeah, it's a disclaimer, but don't read the disclaimer. We're just... What is the Eminem line? I don't promote violence, I just encourage it, or whatever. I gotta find that. I don't promote violence. Yeah, Bad Influence, song by Eminem. Yeah, here we go. I don't, you probably think I'm a negative person. Don't be so sure of it. I don't promote violence. I just encourage it. Guys, Schedule 1 does not promote drug manufacturing and use. It just encourages it. I'm gonna go pee, and I'll be right back. God, it still smells like the Easter soup in here. That stuff's so good. It has the most interesting smell. It's like 3 different good food smells combined together. Alright, so totally fresh. I haven't watched anything about this game. I haven't watched anyone stream it. I haven't seen any videos. In fact, I've specifically gone out of my way to avoid videos. I heard there was a lawsuit or something, but I specifically avoided watching any videos regarding the lawsuit because I didn't want any information about gameplay or anything like that to come up and spoil me in any way. We're having trouble updating the stream information on Kick. Let's try this again. Oh, I'm not logged in. Why am I not logged in? That would oh, dude, I gotta verify again? What the fuck? The fuck, kick. This is why Twitch is better. Making me verify midstream. I love it. This is exactly what I want to do instead of streaming games. Alright. There we go. Information has been updated, and I'm talking into the mic again. Alright, so going in totally blind. Haven't watched anyone play it. I've been specifically avoiding all of that stuff. Oh wait, I forgot to check. Let's see. We are in the surface. You can see this is by asteroid field. We have a bunch of wrecks that we destroyed here earlier. These guys are roaming, trying to find me again. As you can see, they took some damage. We had them almost entirely disabled at one point. I might just kill them, to be honest. They're actually a serious threat to my ships, especially an entire squadron of them. Now, normally when bandit ships spawn, it's a mixture of random ships like these, which have also been previously disabled. But these ones, sometimes you get a full squad of the same type. And these ones in particular are one of the stronger bandit ships. They will utterly shred ships, especially if they have a skill advantage. Fortunately, I have max ship combat skills, so I have the skill advantage over them. Otherwise, I definitely would have lost fighters fighting them. I want them to use in my own garrisons and in my own carriers. We're disabling and capturing. But I also really want to capture definitely 3, maybe 4 of these ships. I want these 4. These 3 definitely. I don't have one of these yet. I may have an arrangement to sell these to someone. And these are just very useful. They're really good escorts. They're super fast in both hyperspace and sublight. And they're pretty tanky when I haven't already stripped their shields almost entirely. These 2 I'll probably just scrap like these and then tow the wrecks down to my planetoid to recycle to build new ships. But I really want this whole squadron. The problem is they're flying around hunting for me because they're mad that I shot them. These guys are kind of just chilling here. They're also hunting for me, but they don't appear to be as mad. They're just chilling, waiting for me to show up. They're all gonna start shooting me the moment I pop my ships out. So I think the only way I deal with these guys, because I'm gonna get pinchered here, right? Especially if they keep coming in this direction. They're wandering randomly, but they've been wandering constantly. So I think the only way I deal with them at this point is just by killing them, especially because their shields are fully regenerated. Look at that. Their shields are almost entirely regenerated, whereas these guys, they have barely any shield regeneration. So we're gonna probably one-shot this squadron, but we need 10 minutes to get into position. Remember I said I gotta move the ship out of the asteroid field, otherwise it's gonna take damage. Well, the asteroid itself is always in the asteroid field. Now, we don't need all of our bases to be in the asteroid field. We have one that's not in the asteroid field there. But regardless, we can't chill there. And even if we do chill there. I mean, even once we move out of there, we can fly the fighters into the asteroid field. But then we're gonna have to bring the carrier back in at some point too, to scoop the ships, or at least to board the ships and try and jump them out. Maybe not. It all depends on a lot of different situations. There's a good chance you'll see some of that on stream. I can't keep going too late, because if I start to get to the point where I'm passing out in the chair, then there's the possibility that I'll fall asleep in the chair and I'll just leave my fighters out in space and they'll get deleted by those bandit fighters if I'm not actively paying attention. So, I don't know how much of that we're going to be doing tonight, but worst case scenario, we pick it back up tomorrow. I was thinking maybe I take tomorrow off stream. There's some things I need to do. Right now, I stream 6 days a week. The biggest thing I need to do is upload those old streams now that I have video editing software to edit them. But since I take the 7th day off entirely and do no work, I think I'm considering that I might start streaming 5 days a week and then have 1 day for administrative work. At first I was thinking I'd do that Wednesday, because Wednesday is usually the worst numbers. For whatever reason, people just don't watch Twitch on Wednesday. Or at least don't watch me on Wednesday. But maybe I do that Friday. Because one of the things that annoys me constantly with myself is that I keep missing sundown on Friday, which is when the Sabbath technically starts. And it's almost always because I'm too engaged with what I'm already doing. Usually streaming, oftentimes some other work, but then I end up working into the Sabbath and I feel bad about that. So I'm gonna work on developing an app that will just automatically notify me and put that up for people to use. There's things I need to do. Yeah, we're gonna take Friday off from now on. At least for the near future. What else is written down on here? Okay, those don't matter. I can erase both of those. I need to come up with the to-do list for tomorrow before I forget. Every time I say that, the Slipknot song gets stuck in my head. I already forgot one of the things because I was talking about Slipknot. Oh, I remember now. No, I broke the... Why'd I have so much lead out? I'm using a mechanical pencil. Okay, I got 5 things on the to-do list for tomorrow. One of them, I don't know if I'll be able to pull off, but the other 4 should be relatively easy. Let's get into schedule 1. First ever playback. Always, every time I start a new game, I just look at how am I supposed to know what the frame rate is? Okay, it shows up below. Let's go 144. Camera bobbing 0. Fuck camera bobbing, I hate that shit. Full screen window. VSync on. Apply settings. Confirm. Graphics high. God rays FOV. I generally use a 90 FOV, but there's two different types of FOV, and I don't know which one this is. That's why you need an FOV converter. Generally turn master volume way down. We're gonna leave the music on. Controls. I mean, the mouse feels fine right now, but we can adjust it if it's different once we get in the thing. So, use drag attack, left click, pick up, right click, WASD, space, shift, crouch. Those are pretty standard. Interact is E. Generally, I like interact on F. What? How to get numlock out of that? Do I need a new keyboard? We're just gonna pretend that didn't happen. Alright. Map is M, text is T, journal, view avatar V. I think I probably want view avatar to be C. Okay. Or is V like third person camera? Is that what they mean by view avatar? We'll find out. We'll switch it if it's not something I want. Alright. The first ever look at Schedule 1. I'm excited for this. Select save slot. My organization. Ooh. What's gonna be the organization? We're not going to skip the prologue. We're going to watch the prologue. Tell me how I start my journey to become a drug lord. Head to raise reality to purchase properties and businesses. Is that just a tip? It's already unrealistic. Nobody actually wakes up that fast, and if you do, you're a monster. Another day in paradise. Grab the trimmers from the storage rack and harvest the fully grown weed plant. It's almost a little too low, but we'll leave it where it is. Access storage. Maybe I do use E. I'm trying to think of what is it. No, because all my settings are messed up because I uninstalled all my games. But anyways, we need plant trimmers. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely F. F is the way to go. Because that one I just did naturally. If you're wondering how to do something, there's usually input hits in the bottom corner. Awesome. I like how it rotates at the same speed of the music. I am harvesting. Oh, I gotta click the buds specifically. I see. There's a hidden bud. There it is. It disappeared! Alright. Package all the weed at the packaging station. Oh, there we go. Do I gotta drop it up the top? It doesn't fit. Am I not gonna dry it? Dude, what the fuck? It doesn't fit. It's too big. That's what she said. Okay. I arrived at the location. We're gonna seal the baggie. Alright. Let's we're here now. This is a great location because we're trying to disable these ships. And if we go look at mounted weapons, the optimal range for ion cannons is 1. And then if we go back and look at the overview, scan this location, look at that, range 1. It's almost like we planned it. So we're gonna go to the ship hangar of my carrier. Got 2 squads of ships here. We have these bombers. Well, they're like fighter bombers, not actual bombers. It's weird. The devs have made a lot of interesting choices lately in the game, to say the least. These should absolutely be classified as bombers, but they're not. It's strange. We have these fighters, and then we have spares of each. Where are my actual bombers? Did they not make it? Is that why? Where are my B-wings? I have some B-wings. I mean Y-wings. I don't have B-wings. I wish I had B-wings. No, they're in there. I'm confused. Why is it only showing 10? But there's only 2 here. Oh, the B-wings are in here. Yeah. I moved the B-wings over here because they also have ion cannons. We can fix that. We're definitely going to fix that. So, first of all, there's a nice thing with this game that the lead ship doesn't take damage until all the other ships are destroyed. So I'm going to find my lowest HP Toscan, and we're going to board that and make that the lead ship. It's this guy down here. We took some heavy damage fighting those X-Scepters before. We managed to repair some ships, but the big thing is we have our shields back, right? So then we can add that old squad. Oh, we can't because it's got we didn't kick from the old squad. But we're gonna look and see if we can get all the highest HP ships. Let's just do all the plus 90s first, and we'll see how much we have left. Not a lot. Most ships have a fair bit of damage. Okay, so we need 4 more ships. So let's get things with 80 or more HP. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's higher than just 80. That's higher than just 80. There was another 80. Yeah. Okay. So we've got our highest HP ships. Or our highest HP. Oh. Damn it, one of them's part of a group. Okay, so we're not bringing the 82. We're bringing 80. 80. And then these higher than 81s. Oh, this one's also higher than A, so we can get rid of that. We could board the other ship and break the group, but that would take more time. Alright, so we've got a full squadron of 11. We're going to undock. We're going to immediately set the weapons to only ionic. I'm going to see what happens when and if the X-Scepters shoot us. They're still coming in this direction. They'll probably see us and probably open fire. We can take one round from them without hurting too badly, especially because we have replacement fighters to swap in once those shields are down. But the big thing is that we should knock out everything but the lead ship with a single... Oh, they're coming to us now. They're not going to be able to move once we disable them. So let's disable them. Actually, they might finish the movement, but they won't be able to start a new movement once they're disabled. Yeah. So we knocked out everything but the lead ship, which we can't do anything to the lead ship until all these ships are gone. That means we either need to destroy them or hack them so they're no longer part of the... So they belong to us and they're no longer part of the group. Now, we took some big hits, probably mostly from these guys. This one got utterly obliterated, lost all its shields and a significant chunk of its health. This one lost all its shields as well. This one lost most of its shields, but most of the ships are still in relatively good shape overall. So hopefully we don't lose any to the X-Scepters. We are now stuck in this combat cooldown for 30 minutes. There's absolutely nothing we can do, but hope these ships don't die. And let's see what did the damage. The quad lasers on this guy and the regular lasers hit pretty hard on the leader. There was a single heavy laser hit, and the quad lasers from the other VCX. This is what I felt was going to really do it, because this only has a single quad laser mount. This has 2 quad laser mounts. This guy is kind of solid. I'm not really going to use these in combat because we have better options generally. I think this is like 4. Let's go look at it. Rules. It's a light freighter. And it's a V freighter, and they're alphabetical, so down here. Yeah, this is 4 party slot. That means it takes up the same amount of space in the party as 4 fighters. So, but it only has the HP of like 3 fighters and the firepower of like 2 fighters. So generally, it's better just to have a wing of fighters. I mostly want it for collector purposes. I want to collect one of every ship that I possibly can. Some ships are rare or impossible to get. Okay, that one just dropped right in there. We are packing buds. What happened to the music? We didn't turn it off. Did we just spend too long in this and it was like pre-programmed and they're like, bro, like, hurry up so we can play the second song. Drag package into slots. Another, drag the OG Kush into your inventory. Oh. We got the input. So I guess we don't dry. We skip the drying phase. Grab the watering can from the storage rack. Put that over there for now. Fill up the watering and water the other plant. Can I overfill it? No. Can I overpour? I'm trying. Oh. Oh. I couldn't see that it moved. Another day, respond to your customers in the Messages app. Tab to open your phone. Messages. We have Andy, Doug, and Joe. Hello. I'm after 2 times OG Kush. I can pay 60 for it. After 2 times OG Kush, I'll pay 90 for it. 2 times OG Kush, I'll pay 120. Dude is Jones and hard. We'll take care of him first. Current time. You can complete the deal anytime within the window. What's the window? Oh, I mean, yeah, we'll get you right now, dude. Alright. Dismiss, enter. Oh, let's do all of them? Are we just gonna sell it to all of them for whatever they offer? We'll do... I mean... We got time, right? Let's just, do all of them right now. I don't think we have anything else to do at the moment. Talk to Uncle Nelson outside. I don't feel like I want these with me. We'll keep the plant trimmers just in case we need some defense. Not that we can actually use them as a weapon. Don't ask me if I tried. I feel like just a little bit higher. What was it at? I don't know. We'll put it at 40. We'll put it at 33. That's definitely higher. Oh, that feels better. Maybe a little too much, but another thing, important thing is our FOV. All right, Uncle Nelson, what's up, bro? Morning, buddy. Lovely day, isn't it? Sure is. That's F1, not 1. You're heading into town for some deals? Would you mind grabbing something for me? Yep, I would mind grabbing something for him. I guess that means I'm not going to. I've got some business with some fellas staying down at the motel. Tell them you're here for Nelson's package. Okay. I don't want to touch your package, dude, but if I don't have to pay for it, I guess that's fine. If you're looking to pick up any supplies for yourself, just throw them on my tab. Oh, so I get supplies for touching his package. Fair enough. Cheers, buddy. Feel free to take my truck. Oh, awesome. Where's your truck? All right. Let's take your truck. How do you even have a truck if we're not going to ask? Is it a wheelchair accessible truck? I don't know how he's supposed to get in this thing. I don't know what the controls are for, like, do we have a... Okay. Is there a handbrake? I think the spacebar is handbrake, and holding back just functions as a regular brake and then turns into reverse. Camera's not bad, actually, to be fair. Are there other cars, or can we just own the road? I don't see any other cars. I kind of wish there were more driving noises. It's just a constant engine ticking that needs replaced. There should be like acceleration noises. But other than that, things are cool. Let's see. Where... can I look around? We're just gonna stop here. Do I need to get gas? Can I park it anywhere? It won't let me park it there. I need to look at the controls a little bit. We're gonna park here. That's how I turn the lights on. Okay, that's how I get out. We parked the car. It's not a car, it's a truck. Behind the pawn shop, behind the blue house, or behind the gas station. Well, we're right here at the gas station. Can I go in the gas station? I can. And guess it's closed? We can't pick up the random junk on the ground. Can we steal this car? Nope. Where's the guy behind the gas station? What's up? Hey, Andy. Oh, he looks so stoned. Complete the deal. To move a custom amount, right-click, drag an item, and scroll to change the amount. Right-click. You gotta be precise. Do I just hit done? And you give me the favorite effects: sedating, munchies, or smelly. I can tell just by looking at those eyeballs, dude. Alright. So, Cheapo Andy actually got his weed first. Next we have Joe. I think this is the guy that's throwing the big cash our way. Behind the pawn shop. What's up, Joe? He probably has like chronic pain or something. That's why he's willing to pay for it so much, you know? We got laxative. Oh, very, very well. Calming and balding. He likes drugs that make him bald. Fair enough, Joe. But to each their own. But we know the real reason he wants it is for that laxative. Yeah, thanks for the money. Alright. Can I? Oh yeah, I can sprint. We're just gonna sprint along this road for the hell of it. There's no cars here, so why does it matter? The blue house. What's up, Doug? You just wanted to play some video games, don't you? Calorie dense, energizing, sneaky. Alright. Because meeting in front of your house is totally sneaky, bro. But whatever. My friend Chelsea might be interested in your stuff. You should go talk to her. Okay. Sounds good. Dude, just tokes up right away. His eyes got so red. Oh my god, I love it. I was just shouting into the microphone. I should probably turn down the inputs just slightly. I do have a compression filter on, but it's still going to peak for me. Contacts. Chelsea. Unlock this customer by giving them a free sample. Use the map. Okay. Is that a police car? We're not gonna go in front of the police car. We're gonna go around this way. Fuck the police. Oh, she's a doctor. Oh, a nurse? Hey, Chelsea. Can I interest you in a free sample? We're just gonna give her one. There's no reason to give her more than one, right? 91 do... Okay, only one sample product is required. Cool. Done. Calming and focused. Yeah. Damn, that's pretty nice. You'll hear from me soon. Nice. Okay. You want to buy something? Just hook her up right away. Watch us need that later. I'm glad that you can just walk up to random people and be like, hey, buy my weed. Or like, even when they aren't asking for it, you'll be like, hey, who wants some of this? I hope I didn't like price fix. Or what's it? That's not what it's called. So we are absolutely trying to price fix. I hope I didn't, there's a word for it. So you get to like set prices, and then once you set them, you're kind of stuck there, which is the problem a lot of video games have, right? They go free to play, and then they try to change to a paid model, or they'll make like skins a certain price, and then they'll try and up the price type thing. Card only. Oh, I got some money on the card. Talk to Jacob. Morning, mate. What can I get you? I'd like to purchase something. Purchase 2 soil. Well, that's not how you do that. I tried to purchase multiple ones using the thing, but oh, number 2. We aren't gonna grow anything else until they say we have to. Talk to Nelson's contact at the motel. Motel's this way. What is up, dude? Oh, shit. This is not a friendly looking guy. Hey, guy. How's it going? Pay no mind to the trimmers. I'm here for Nelson's package. Oh, yeah? You gonna pay for it? It's already paid for. No, it ain't. In fact, old Nelly always owes us some serious cash. Oh, shit. What a piece of shit uncle. Lucky for you, he's been good on his word so far. But you let him know you better close that tab real soon. Ooh. Body search in progress! Click and hold an item to conceal it. You can only conceal one item at a time. Nelson's package. Fine, you're clean. Lucky this time, I guess. But I know you and your uncle are up to something on that ranch. I don't know what you're talking about, officer. You better watch your back. This town won't tolerate scum like you for much longer. Alright. What was this guy saying? I didn't even get to read what that guy was saying. He didn't care about the seeds? It's just pseudoephedrine? Really? That's what our... I mean, I guess maybe... Okay, you know what they use that for, though, right? Maybe our uncle's hooked on meth. We go back to the ranch. What the hell? Oh, there's a fire hydrant there. I'm glad we can't damage the car, or at least I don't think we can damage it. Hopefully we didn't damage this car. Can I put stuff in the trunk? Oh, I can. Oh, that's pretty cool. I wonder if the cops will search the trunk. Do you have a warrant, officer? Do I need to drive on the road? It seems like I go slightly slower, but it's hard to tell. Maybe I don't go slightly slower. I don't think I need to drive on the road, except the tunnel. Kind of can't go through the tunnel, but let's just... We have a truck. Might as well use it like a truck. Oh, there's a fence. Okay. Can't go through the fence. Just Did we, okay. No damage to the truck. Good to know. Let's talk to good old Uncle Nelson. Evening. You get on in town? All good. Got your package. But those guys were pretty antsy. Oh yeah? Don't worry about them. I'll settle with them soon enough. Thanks for grabbing that for me. Well, I'll let you on with it. See you tomorrow, bud. My uncle's gonna die, isn't he? He's just gonna leave me his meth house. I guarantee you that's a meth house. Meanwhile, I'm just all innocent out here, living out here in my my little weed plant thing. Pick up the leaf? What do I do with the extra leaf? Can I put that here? Put it in the front? I don't want to put it out there. It's in plain view. I mean, I guess my entire plants are in plain view. Just gonna leave it there for now. Plant a seed in the empty pot. Or soil. Oh, I gotta cut only one way. Fair enough. Rotate held item. Pot already full. Why is it on the ground? Oh, it's empty. Is it empty? It looks empty. We'll leave it there for now. We'll figure out what to do with that later. We're gonna sow a seed. Alright, I'm gonna get some water. Why do we just throw things on the ground? We're such an idiot. Alright. I don't want to get rid of the leaf. I feel like we're probably supposed to, but I'm not going to. Let's get some water. Especially because I missed a lot. I wasn't sure how to pour the water the first time. Alright. Head to bed when you're ready. I feel like I can definitely throw that out. I'm gonna keep the leaf for now. Can't do anything with the safe yet. Can't do anything with the radio yet. Let's go. I don't want to carry all this stuff with me. Put that, and that there for now. I don't want that to like poke me in the dick while I'm sleeping, you know? Let's see, no messages. Journal. Just sleep. What was that? Did I get attacked? I think I got attacked. Let me, check that real quick. How do I free my mouse? There we go. That kind of works. You know what? We're just gonna Alt-Tab. Events. Cool. Alright, so let's drag this over. I heard a Discord thing. Yeah, it looks like they attacked back. Because even though these are disabled and can attack, this still can. So if you notice, They all drift slowly in space, except this one. And it landed one quad laser hit, which was on a relatively high shield ship. So we're still pretty good on that. But these guys are moving straight for us. Engaging enemy. That means they see us. They're not hunting anymore. Because before the other one said hunting, and it was a little like looking glass thing. Now it's got a target with us inside. And it says engaging enemy, which means they're moving into an optimal range, and then they're going to open fire. That's going to hurt. Those things are going to mess our ships up. I really hope we don't lose one. Where's my mouse? Alright. Let's go sleep. I don't know how I'm going to sleep with those damn lights on. Why are they so close to my bed? I mean, I guess, do I have a door? I don't have a door. Do I have a curtain at least? I don't have a curtain even. Interesting. Why not switch these? Put the lights over there. At least give me some 1% grown, 70. Whoa, this needs water. Alright. Dude, I want weed that grows in one day. I'll just wake up at 7 a.m. I don't see any reason not to. Dude, it only counted 7 of them. Although we sold the other one. Hopefully that doesn't get us in trouble. And we don't need that other one that we sold. Uh-oh. The cops are here. Oh no. Oh, I'm running. I'm running, bro. They're busting my uncle for meth. I like how they just let me drive away. Left in the dust. Because the cops are definitely just gonna let a trailer parked next to a meth house drive away. An RV parked next to a meth house drive away. So that was the prologue. You're a small-time drug dealer from the South. In a fresh town with no cash, no product, and no contacts. I got like 300 bucks. You only know one way to make money. Time to get to work. TVGS presents Schedule 1. Guys, if you don't know what Schedule 1 is, it's a rating given, I think, by the ATF, by some drug enforcement agency, maybe the DEA, that will that basically determines how illegal a drug is. There's schedules 3 through 1. Schedule 1 is the most illegal. It means that there's no medicinal use. It's highly dangerous and addictive. And of course, weed is Schedule 1. There's talk of moving it to Schedule 3, which is very lightly restricted, and then Schedule 2 is like heavily restricted but still has medicinal purposes. That's a gross oversimplification, but we'll see what happens. Alright. Yep. Can I? Okay. Yeah, there we go. I mean, that was what our uncle looked like, right? We got those strong genetics. The low bun. High bun. Fringe bob. Double top knot. The messy bob. That might be it. The long curly. The side part bob, we're gonna go messy bob. And nah. Alright. Next. Oh, first we gotta... Oh, we can just leave the screen easy when we're not looking around. We just completed our fire delay. Those ships are probably going to open fire on us as soon as they move one more. And to be honest, they're at the perfect... Oh, shit. They literally just opened fire on us. Yep, they moved one more and they opened fire. Look at that. Let's see how we did. We didn't disable a single one. They're still at pretty high shields. We took some serious damage to some of them. I kind of want to keep trying to disable them though. This guy, the one that got fucked up earlier, he survived. We've still got a lot of ships with full shields in the carrier. Let's see what happens when we dock up with the carrier and see if how we look after we swap out our badly damaged ships. So that guy needs to go. That guy needs to go. That guy. This guy definitely needs to go. This guy needs to go. And this guy should probably go too. And then we'll see. Like, we really want all ships with shields, but I don't know if we have that many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did we get rid of 5? I can probably get higher than 78. Did I misclick that guy? 59. Alright, let's just add these 4 for now and see if there's space for that. Oh, but that's plus 7 more. We're not adding that guy yet. We'll add him last if we have to. This guy's 77. That's also 77. I think that's our 5. Add to squadron. Yeah, so we parked 5. We should actually get rid of everyone with no shields if we can. Get rid of that. And get rid of that. And probably get rid of that guy. The 17 shields and the 11 shields might hold up. Let's see. We got rid of 3, right? 1. 2, 3. Get rid of the 11 shields. We still had at least one more guy with shields left. This guy. Oh, we have 2. These probably are the 2 with shields. So let's get rid of this guy. Because shields regenerate. HP does not. And I'm running low on repair parts. I'm out of repair parts. Have very little. It's too large. Didn't we get rid of 2? Just 2 slots. Oh, it's plus 2 more. Is there something else with damage shields? No, nothing else with damage shields. So we're gonna get rid of, so we're gonna add this guy who has full shields and this guy who has full shields. And let's see if we can disable these guys, because I really do want them. They're pretty strong. It's just an issue of they're not worth losing one of my own ships over. So we might end up deleting them. They still have a lot of shields left. Although they're closer now. Yeah, so this is what we're actually going to do. Travel, dock. This is going to make them do more damage too, though. If we close to... Yeah, we're not gonna do that. We're just going to open fire. See what happens. If we take too much damage, we're just gonna delete them next round. But let's see if we can disable some. This is what we're really here for. Okay, we disabled 2. That's gonna help the incoming damage a lot. Those guys probably disable with 2 more hits. All 3 of those probably disable with 1 or 2 more hits. 4 of those. These guys are a little bit tougher. They still got some shields. But they're going to attack us after their combat cooldown's done. They also have a 30-minute combat cooldown. So that guy had his shields completely stripped. 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 But fortunately, the guys with the lowest HP, actually, he's kind of in bad shape. He could die. But let's hope he doesn't. That's the only one that's in serious danger. The rest of the other ships are doing all right. All right. Actually. Yeah, let's do it. Oh, okay, maybe we change the... What's spiky? I kind of like that. It's too orange. Give him white hair. Actually, that's gotta say. Yeah. Neutral, slight smile, pout, smug, agitated. We're gonna do smug. I just drove away from the cops and they didn't do shit about it. Goatee, stubble. Do the goatee. Wrinkles, freckles. We want the freckles. Got that. Youthful skin. Facial detail intensity. Like really intense freckles. Spend way too much time in the sun. Actually, that's not too good. Just some light wrinkles, actually. I'll go with some light wrinkles. Eyeball color. Can I zoom in? No. Oh. Yellows are kind of insane. We're gonna go with that. Pupil dilation. We're gonna go with that. Upper eyelid resting position. Oh shit. Just a little bit. A little more. Perfect. Eyebrow scale. Oh, the unibrow. All right. Clothing. V-neck. Definitely got to go the V-neck. Gonna go with a green V-neck. I don't like that color green though. Ooh, that hurts my eyes. They're so bright. That shirt's not bad actually. Ooh, I like the orange actually. Go orange. Cargo pants. Gotta go with the cargo pants. The shorts. Gonna go with the black and then purple sneakers. Perfect. Press done. Yeah, we're done. Alright. Hell yeah. This is perfect. Alright. Welcome to Highland Point. Open your phone and read your messages. Oh, we got other things now. We got products, map, dealers, deliveries. Unknown. I heard you're in some trouble. Best not to talk over your mobile phone. Go find a payphone. The UN is calling me, guys. We're gonna be a United Nations drug dealer. I need to go find a payphone. What happened to my weed leaf? Who took my weed leaf? Well, they took my garbage out too. I guess if they took my garbage out, they can have the weed leaf too. Town Square. You're gonna tell me where there's a payphone? I'm guessing the answer's no. There's a... Somehow we know someone's stash already, even though we just got here. I'm gonna go that direction. That's the closest direction where there are multitude of buildings. Oh, that's cool. That's how you do that. Good to know. Alright. We'll follow this. There should be one in the town square, right? There's not a payphone in the town square. What type of town is it? That's nothing we can interact with yet. They probably put that there for a reason. Or like, go to the town square, find a payphone in the town square. Blue Balls Boutique. Give me your car. It's probably not G2A. Oh, we're gonna have a drug deal conversation outside fucking City Hall. Is this City Hall? Alright, no one's answering. So, let's have our... Goddamn, good to hear your voice. It's Uncle Nelson! Buddy, looks like our luck finally ran out. The feds have got me locked up while I wait for a trial. Glad to hear you managed to slip out, though. How are you calling me if you're locked up? Bro, this is a... If you're calling me from a prison phone, this whole shit's recorded. What are you doing? You're gonna sink your own case. And you're gonna get me on the radar. Back before I moved to Serena Flats, I used to live out there in Highland Point. Not the nicest town around, but plenty of opportunity for someone in your line of work. Okay, fair enough. He's he knows they're listening. If memory serves, I got some cash stashed out there. It ain't much, but it'll be enough to get you back on your feet. You can find it stashed near the town hall fountain in the canal, behind the supermarket. Go grab it, head back to the RV, and we'll go from there. Okay? That's a bunch of stashes. Albert Hoover's stash? Okay. So, there's... near the fountain. This looks like the town hall, right? Is there a fountain here? Can I, like... I can throw random ciggies? I can't knock on the back door? Is this not the town hall? Alright. I can pick random things up now. I can throw water bottles at people. Near the canal, behind the supermarket. That's hardware. Medical, legal. The church, what's this? Oh. Cash for trash. Oh, buddy. Who needs your cash, Uncle Nelson? I got trash. I feel like there's got to be a way to put things in my inventory. Red balls, the opposite of blue balls, when you just beat them so much that they're fucking purple. Alright, press to start. I got a whole $6. Okay. Well, we found another payphone. I don't see a fountain, a canal, or a supermarket. Is that the prison? That kind of looks like a prison. Is that where Uncle Nelson is? We found the bank, legal services, looks like an office building. I was hoping there'd be a fountain back here. I don't see a fountain. Let's see. The music came back. Curfew? Why is there a fucking curfew? What type of police state do I live in? And then we got, what is this? Oh, the casino. Yeah, we don't need to go there. The Crimson Canary. Is that like a club? What's this place? I don't want to. Les Orderes Puantes. I have no idea what the fuck that means. There's a dead drop on that place. Oh, can we just take garbage out of dumpsters and put it in the thing? Can we get in the dumpster? Oh my god, we can. This is oh, this is the town hall. Alright. There's a dead drop near the... There's cash near the fountain. Piss. Well, that's not helpful. There it is. Cool. Find cash near the canal. And we still need the supermarket too. There's the supermarket. There's the dead drop. Cool. Alright. And canal. So let's just walk along the river. Ooh. It's a cool little area. Don't mind me, just warming my handsies. Can I sit down? No. Can I? Oh, what's up? Hey, Brad. Oh. Never mind. Okay. We'll get Brad a job later. I don't think this is the canal, no. It's behind casino. Okay, they each have their own name. Fair enough. Highland Range. That sounds fun. Is there a dead drop back here? Nope. I feel like there's gonna be an actual canal somewhere. Hello, officer. Don't mind me. I ain't got nothing illicit on me, so we're good. Hey, do you know where the canal is, buddy? Well, there's a... Is this a canal? Can I get down in there? Ooh, I can. Oh, but I can't stay in there. How do I get out of here? This way? Okay. There's the canal. Alright. So there's gonna be a dead drop in here somewhere. Right here. Is this the canal? You dead drop under West Bridge. Nope. The fuck? I will build no dynasty. I will consume corporate slop. Soy juice and insert protein will fuel me. Insect protein will fuel me. Gentrification equals monochrome utopia. Dude, what is that? And why can't I pick it up? I can pick up the wheelchair, but I can't pick up the radioactive, I mean the biohazard box. Dude, it's getting kind of late. Where the fuck is the canal? I thought that was the canal. That's the only thing that remotely looks like a canal to me. Am I just being dumb? I kind of want to know Albert Hoover's stash. Okay, that's the same map. I'm going the wrong way, I know, but... Oh, it's only 6K. Dude, I wish you could get a house for 6K. Are there gangs that come out at night? That would be fun. Although also kind of not fun right now because I'm walking around with every penny I own on me. Police curfew starting soon. Oh shit. Police will arrest you if you're seen outside? Man, that's bullshit. They gotta catch me first. Where the hell? This is the only thing I can see that looks like a canal. Just... Why can't... Settings... Controls... Sprint, crouch... There's nothing to say to... Put things... Oh, wait. Oh, fuck. Dude, where is this canal drop? This is under West Bridge. This has to be the canal, right? What else would this be? I don't understand how to pick things up. Okay, that's not a police officer. He's just a shirtless guy. Whoops. Alright. They don't care about the shirtless guy, but they're like, what about that orange-haired weirdo? I mean, I'm not orange hair. It's not hair. Am I just stuck out here all night now? Looking for the damn... What's that? Don't look at me. Does crouching make me less visible? Behind motel office. Okay, so this is the motel. Dude, where the fuck is the canal? What would this be if not the canal? They're like a... No? That's the motel. What is this guy? It's all fenced in. Oh, it's some kind of industrial area. Yeah, I thought that was a cop car for a sec. Gas Mart. Where the hell is this canal? This... I don't know what else would be the canal besides this, but it says it's a West Bridge dead drop. Okay. So if this is not the canal, what else could be the canal? Right there. That looks similar in design to this. So let's go over that way. Am I facing that way already? Yeah. Okay. I probably won't let me swim over there, huh? Nope. Before there were cops in this alleyway. Okay. They're not there anymore. Which is both reassuring and concerning. This is gonna be what? It's locked, I guess? Because we can't interface with that one. Okay, I can't go this way. Nope. The map confirms it. So we gotta go around the front of the building. What time is it? Does our phone even have a clock? It's okay. We still got 4 hours, so I'm not just gonna wait around. I was like, if it's not gonna be too long, we'll wait. But it's gonna be too long. Oh shit! Coppers. Alleyway behind laundromat. We're still got a little bit to go till we get to canal. Canal is right here. This is the canal. How do we get in the canal? Not that way. This better be the canal. What the hell is that? There we go. I think I see it. It's all lit up for us. Alright. We collected the stash. Head back to the RV. Dude, the RV's so far away. Oh, no, it's not. We actually hit the closest one last. That kind of works for us. So we just gotta go back on this road. Which is probably kind of dangerous. Whoa! Right as I say dangerous, fucking explosions. Great timing. This way? We gotta go towards the explosions. Perfect. We're running through the woods. Alright. Just run in. Oh shit, we can't. There's a fence. How do we get around the fence? Right there. Okay. Yep, there should be a path up ahead, kinda. Oh, is that the fucking RV? Oh god, no. No! What the fuck happened? Investigate the explosion. Read the note. View note. Welcome to Highland Point. This is our territory. Don't interfere. TB. Well, I'm fucked. Talk to Elson. Talk to Uncle Nelson in a payphone. Dude, what the fuck are the police even doing? Why is no one coming to put this out? Let's see if there's a payphone closer this way. That looks like one. Hey bro, did you see what happened to my RV? No, he didn't see what happened to my RV. She didn't see what happened to my RV. There's no chance. Look at those eyes. Never mind. Alright. Payphone. Hey, Unc. Well, shit. That's not ideal. No, it's not. There's a powerful cartel in town. The Benzies family. I figured they'd eventually be a problem, but didn't think they'd found you out this quickly. Looks like you're gonna need somewhere low-key to stay for a while. Head over to the motel and ask about getting a room. After that, you'll be needing some new equipment. There's a hardware store just northeast of the motel. Grab a grow tent, soil, and watering can. Alright. Where's the hotel? This way. What time is it? We got an hour that we gotta be sneaky. So we're gonna run. And not be sneaky at all. Shit. Shit. Dude, time goes by so slow. Oh man. Can we jump down? Alright. There's... How did I see me from so far? Where do I gotta go? It doesn't show on the map. It just says motel. It's this direction though. If we can get behind this building, we should be fine. Alright. $40 meters, we're getting close. Motel office. Watch it be closed. Donna. I'd like to rent a room. $75 for a week? It's too much for me, bro. Nah, deal. I don't have any choice. I just gotta accept my living situation for what it is. Continue. Alright. Which one's my motel room? There's a bunch of motel rooms. How do I know which one's mine? Probably the first one, huh? That's convenient. Alright. Go to the hardware store. Egg run? I'm not sure what drop does. Oh, it just restarts you. I'm gonna break my high score. Is that like an achievement or something? Oh shit. Okay. Return to menu. Noodle. Oh, this is snake. This gets really hard really fast. Especially because I suck at it. Okay. Got an Xbox. That definitely feels like the Xbox menu. This is the Xbox 360 menu. I don't know where the Xbox is, but it's hidden in the wall, I guess. We got storage. We got garbage can that's already full. We got a bobblehead. Ronald Reagan. We got a light. We got a bed. We got 2 lights. We've got a save game. Game saved. Cool. Alright. Place curfew in effect till 5 a.m. We'll sleep for a couple hours. We're a street rat level 1, guys. I'm out of coffee. Fuck. That would have been a good time to save. But now the day's going. So ain't got no time to waste. We need to go to the hardware store. Where's the hardware store? It's this way. It's not that way. Glad there's no fall damage. Unless you fall on that. Alright. Access delivery bay. Cool. So we just pick shit up here. A grow tent, a soil, and a watering can. Yeah. Hello there, what can I do for you? I'd like to purchase something. Add to cart. Add to cart. Add to cart. Visit an ATM. Shit. That's frustrating that they would do that to us. Is there an ATM here? Hey bro, you got an ATM? No. Why not? You got a dead drop. Oh. We don't have a debt. What debt do we have? What the fuck is that thing? That's the most terrifying depiction of SpongeBob ever. There's an ATM. Alright. Oh no. Cancel. Deposit. We'll just deposit 100 for now. That will clear what we need to. Because we're gonna need to buy some seeds or something too. And I am pretty sure we can't use our card for that. I'm not closing your door because you're making me go get my run around and use my card. You're new, right? Nice to see a fresh face in town. I'm Dan. I run this here hardware store. What line of work are you in? Drug dealer. I work in agriculture. Oh, ain't that nice? I always fancied a bit of gardening myself. Here's some speed girl on the house. Welcome to Highland Point. Thanks, bro. Appreciate you. Head back to hotel room. Alright. The Shred Shack. Ooh. What's up, Jeff? What's up, home dog? What can I do for you? I'd like to buy a skateboard. This seems kind of useful. Deal. How do I switch things in the inventory? Kind of hoping I could just go up. Every little thing. All right. We don't want the thing getting in our way. I'm gonna put that over there. We have a grow tent. Fill it with soil. Alright, we gotta cut the thing. We should have bought more stuff there. What do I do when the garbage can fills up? Here, I hear a cop. Can I take this car? Let me in. If I punch on a door, will it knock? No. Alright. What are we supposed to do? Talk to Uncle Nelson at a payphone. You know what the cool thing about the payphone is? We don't need to pay for him. I guess it's because he's calling. You're almost ready to go, but you're missing one key ingredient. Seeds. You'll need to speak to a supplier to get your hands on some seeds. Pass your number on to Albert Hoover, the local supplier. Send him a message and request you a dead drop. I vouch for you, so you won't have to pay up front. Your order will go on your tab, which you can pay off in the future. Okay. So, that's the thing. Give me a second. Hello, our mutual friend. Give me a second, dude. I left the lights on. I can't afford this electricity bill right now. Can I close the... Oh, yeah. Let's do that. We don't need people seeing that. You know what I don't have that I probably need is a watering can. They didn't tell me to get a watering can. Where's the... Pawn store... It was like, no, it was on the other side of this, right? Because I jumped over some things to get there. Just a question of what. There it is. I'd like to purchase something. Oh, I do have a watering can. I'm dumb. We got that originally. I'm gonna need trimmers. I'll probably need the packaging station too, right? Well, trash bag. Probably gonna need that. Oh, you can use it to gather up trash? Oh, that's the play right there. So you gotta put cigarettes in there one at a time. Fair enough. We'll just wait for now. We'll do what it says we gotta do. But I do know I'm gonna need the trimmers eventually. Let's read our messages. I'm just as bad at reading messages in this game as I am in real life. Send me a message if you'd like to put... a mutual friend has asked me to help you acquire some marijuana seeds. Send me a message if you'd like to order some. Nelson has put in a good word for you, so I'll provide you a tab which you can pay off later. I love how they're just allowed. Can I respond? Oh. I need to order a dead drop. OG Kush seed. Just get one for now. Got it. I'll let you know when it's ready. Should be about 30 minutes. Okay. The dead drop is behind this thing. So, just play at the arcade for now, I guess. What's up, Tossin? I don't have anything to sell you yet. I hate that I have to use the button. Got it. I'll let you know. Hey, that dead drop is ready. On the pawn shop west. Pawn shop west. Is that the dead... maybe that is it. Around here somewhere. There it is. Okay. Got myself a seed. I love how seeds apparently aren't contraband. Back to my place, which is there. Hey. Who said hi? What the fuck? Who's over there? Is that car talking to me? What the shit? Who's talking to me? Is it those two people talking to each other that I heard? Yeah, okay. It just sounded like it came behind me for some reason. Alright, we got this guy. I'm gonna get some water in there. Alright. Set that guy down. Buy one package accessing. Place the soil bag and seed vial in the motel room trash can. Harvest the weed plant once fully grown. Drop that. Instantly grows the plant by 50%, but reduces plant quality. You know what? We're in a spot. Where's the bag? Is there not a bag? Let's just leave the lights on. I don't feel like dealing with the lights all the time. It said there was going to be an empty bag somewhere, but I don't see the empty bag. Did I already throw the bag away? Or did it just deal with itself? I don't remember throwing the bag away. That's fine. Did I put it here? No. Okay. Let's go ahead and apply seed grow. Cover. All right. Let's get some garbage bags. And a packaging station and baggies. Okay. Oh, there's an ATM right outside. That's helpful. So deposit. Let's just deposit it all for now. Okay. Shut up. I think this way. Nope. This way. This feels right. 2 minutes. Run, Forrest. Shit. I can't even order anything? Alright. So we just gotta sleep in until the morning. Can I close this? No, it just stays there. Alright, let's water this bitch. And then we'll go to sleep. Save. Sleep. Do we not get to choose what time? We just always wake up at 7 a.m.? That doesn't seem very stoner-like of us. Okay. So this is the time to go pee and make coffee. I'll be right back, guys. Oh shit, it's time. We're stuck in another combat delay. Let's look at this. Did we take damage? We were attacked twice. Hopefully I didn't lose a ship. Because the one ship that's the lead that we can't disable. Ooh, that was rough. That guy almost got blown up. Okay. Oh shit, it's so close. Let's dock. We're docking. I think maybe we just destroy those. We'll have to take a look. Dude, it's got 10 HP. Holy shit. I think we just destroy those. We can't sustain this crossfire situation. I need to pee though. I'll be right back. I should probably drag this off so it actually looks like schedule 1 in case someone comes in while I'm gone. Be right back. I'll say it again. Be right back. How many times have I said that?